What's up, guys? Young Bucks, Old Goats, episode 79. I got Tank the Stank, and I got Highly a Comic Bro. What's up, fellas?
So, guys, it says the skank. The skank, all right?
Oh, my bad. I said the stank, dog. My bad. Why are you a skank?
Last week.
Oh, you changed it up on me. All right.
I didn't shower last week. That's why. So.
Okay, I got you. You're switching it up on us. Fellas, I have to warn you before we get deep into this tonight. I have found some liquid gold. It's called Redemption. It's a wheated bourbon, and it's delicious. And I'm not sure.
Who recommended that one?
Or I was just about to ask you if it was recommended or not.
Yeah, but I asked them first. How convenient that you were just about to ask.
Take a drink.
Hell yeah, take a drink. Well, I looked into I've been trying to get a couple of allocated bourbons that I haven't been able to find, and they have I just Googled, some other bourbons that taste similar that you could find easily, and this was one of them that came up, which is a wheated bourbon. And man, I don't know. It's almost in my top 5, and I only had like one glass already. So
wow.
I enjoy it. I'll let you guys sample next time I see you.
That's a long sleeve Young Bucks Old Goats shirt. What do you got on the sleeves? What does it say?
Moat.
No, dude, Moaf.
Moaf. That's a very cool acronym.
Yes.
You're like an acronym fiend.
Young Bucks Old Goat. I mean, you told me a good acronym today. What was it?
J-Bog.
Y-Bog.
Y-Bog.
Yeah.
What about JPEG?
Team.
What was your acronym today that you gave me?
Team.
Together, everyone
achieves more.
What about DARE?
I don't know what it stands for, but it's Dare to Keep Kids Off Drugs, right?
Yeah.
Drunk drivers against mothers who hate drinkers.
Mad. Mothers against drunk drivers.
What about BBC?
Which one?
BBC. That's broadcasting.
From the UK.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. I was going to say this is a family program.
BBC, British Broadcasting.
He's trying to be funny. I'm sure he was talking about another category on some other websites.
Nobody ever takes me seriously around here, bro.
Sure. Are you kidding? Everybody takes you seriously. Everybody's it's me against the world.
What are you drinking in your fake solo cup?
Rum and Coke.
Cuba Libre?
Cuba Libre. I used to always call it a Roman Coke, and then I realized what it was.
What's a Roman Coke? Hey, let me look at a Roman Coke.
It's rum and Coke, not Roman Coke.
Oh, we have somebody that we know that he calls it a Coke and rum.
or somebody else that we know that asked for a Coke on the rocks one day.
Yeah.
Thinking that would make it come with rum. I just served him Coke with ice. And he was like, "Where's the rum?" I said, "You said Coke on the rocks, dude." That was shout out to Luciano. That was actually Luciano. I'm gonna call him out. Fuck it.
That's Luciano?
It's almost as bad as a Roman Coke.
Oh my god. It's not nowhere near, bro. Nowhere near as bad.
What kind of
it's worse. It's worse.
No, it's not.
Bro, thinking you're asking for a Coke on the rocks and you think you're getting it with rum? That's kind of funny, dude.
You know what?
I mean, he's young. He's young, dude. You're 50 years old and you're asking for a rum and Coke?
No. Hey, but I thought that when I was in like my 20s, in my teens and in my late teens. I don't think it now.
All right. We'll forgive you. So what kind of rum do you put in that Coke?
Yeah. What's the rum and Coke?
It's the Cuban one. It's Havana Gold or
Havana Club.
Oh, shit.
Havana Club.
That you can only get in Cuba. Legit.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
So you brought that back, or somebody brought it back?
No, I got it. I got it. When I went, 2 years ago?
I wish we would have been hanging out, dude. I would have been like, bring me some fucking stogies, dude.
Oh, I could have got it. I could have got him.
Yeah, next time. How about you, Tank? What do you?
I'm with the Glenfiddich 12.
Hell yeah! Cheers, guys.
I'm gonna go buy my Jim Beam tomorrow. I haven't had it in a while.
I need my Jack.
You're with that Jim Beam apple?
Vanilla.
Oh, vanilla. My bad.
Sorry,
there is an apple one though, right?
Say what?
There is an apple one.
I think so. There's a peach. There might be an apple.
My goal will be that one day you don't buy those anymore. That's my goal.
Okay.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah. Maybe when I grow up.
Yeah. We do have a guest tonight that'll be on in a little bit, but I wanted to talk about some stuff in the news and stuff. Dude, people are freezing their fucking ass off in Texas, dude. You guys heard about all this shit?
Bro, I was watching the 6:30, the evening news on ABC. My God, dude, it's a natural. It's like a hurricane kind of shit. It's a natural disaster.
People's power's out. They have to boil water. Pipes are burst. People are snowed in. Some people are running out of food.
All the shelves are bare. People in lines for hours just to get water. They showed this one video of a little boy playing in the snow or playing in the ice, bro. And then the next day, that little kid froze to death. They found him dead in his bed, dude, frozen, dude. That's horrible. Like 60 deaths. It's crazy.
And what'd you tell me today, Tank?
Ted Cruz wasn't cold.
Bro, Ted Cruz is getting it big time.
He went to Cancun, bro.
Bad fucking timing for that vacation, bro.
Dude, bad decision on his part, bro. Bad.
He came back already. He was saying, I was just taking care of my family.
Yo, nobody says, hey, dude, probably not a good time for you to go take this vacation.
Yeah, dude. Nobody. Who knows if they did, though? And he just didn't heed their warning. Not the best decision, dude. Maybe, yeah, not the best decision, dude. Doesn't look good.
Yeah, well,
doesn't that guy have like a private plane?
No, he was in a commercial.
No, I know he was, but I'm saying, doesn't he have a private?
No,
I don't think so.
I mean, he probably does take it if it's for official business or something.
Business?
Yeah, or official.
Probably not
government
his.
business. Yeah, but not his.
On demand for his stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, the most shocking thing I saw this week, I don't even know if it was this week. It may have been last week already. And you told me about this, Hialeah. That dude in Pennsylvania, in a little township in Pennsylvania, who just unloaded on that couple in the driveway with the snow. Did you hear about this, Tank?
We got to watch it.
Yeah, I saw it. I think last week or the week before.
Bro, I saw it. It happened
a little late.
I saw it on the weekend, bro. That shit left me. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I'm sorry I watched it.
I'm sorry I watched it too, bro. Because the thing was, that camera was like in the perfect spot, and it picked up the audio, and it was like there was no sense. It was just use. It was there. It's shocking, dude. Shocking.
Hey, what's the first thing you told me, or not the first thing? Something you told me after you saw it. That it looked like
it was staged, almost.
I'm not saying it was, but
no. It was just it was perfectly framed. It was like it's like it was perfectly framed. It was like, boom, here it is. You're gonna watch what goes down, and a lot goes down, and it's just shocking.
That goes to show you, dude, that like you should probably just shut the fuck up. So, I'm not saying anybody deserve anything, but like look at the situation those people got themselves in for trying to be a badass, or for trying to to get one over on the guy or whatever. Look what happened, dude. And you never know out on the streets. This was their neighbor. I guess when your neighbor's a little bit crazy. But like, dude, even road rage.
He might not have been crazy though, dude. Maybe this was the last la tapa de pomo, the last straw kind of shit. And dude, I've told my kids, man, I got my kid. I mainly worry about my boys, right? Because they're boys. And
boys will be boys.
And I tell them, dude, hey, bro, somebody calls you this, somebody does that. Dude, just walk away, bro. Fucking live to live another day. Don't think you're a fucking badass, because shit changes quick, and that's exactly what happened in that shit. Shit changed quick. And don't think you're a fucking badass, because it's not the movies, bro. It's not fucking Rambo.
There's always somebody badder, and there's always somebody crazier.
And crazier, dude, and you don't know when you're gonna meet that person. So, dude, it's just better. I'm a pussy. Yeah, dude, you're right. I'm a pussy. I'll see you later.
I mean, what are you gonna get out of that? Look what happened. It's fucking crazy, dude.
It's nuts, dude. Was it worth it? No, hell no. It's like, even when you get like in road, you hear about road rage and all this shit. Dude, I just want to go home. I just want to get home. I don't want to get in a fender bender. I don't want to get into any of that shit, because even that's a fucking hassle. And people, God forbid it goes further. Don't ever get out of your car, because it's like, you just don't know how fast things escalate, man. You just don't.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Tim Tebow retired from baseball.
No way, bro. Wow.
Yeah. I know, not a big story. He was not even a major leaguer, but interesting. He's an interesting dude, man. I want to do that show one day about two sport athletes, and he, in a way, he is one, right?
Yeah, he is.
Kind of. I wonder what that guy's going to get into next. Probably more broadcasting, back to broadcasting.
Yeah. Doesn't he do college football?
Yeah, he was doing that before he got into the baseball. I don't know. I didn't keep up. I don't watch too much college football, so I don't know if he was doing that when he wasn't doing baseball, or he's been taking a break.
What did you think about the Carson Wentz? Who was the big winner in the Philly Colts trade?
Well, I was mistaken. I initially assumed that they were giving up 2 first-round picks for him.
No.
It's a second that could become a first if he plays, I think, the majority of the games or something like that.
If he plays 75% of the snaps.
Okay, and then the other one is just a straight-up third-rounder?
Which they get this year. The second rounder, possible first, is next year.
Listen, man, I know that guy had a pretty good contract, so Philly, I feel, has a better quarterback there already right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you got something, and you got out from under that contract. So
I also think he went to a good team for him.
But dude, why doesn't Jacoby Brissett get a chance there?
Bro, because they've seen him play. He has started. I like him.
He's not bad, dude.
He's not bad. I'm with you. I like him as well. But you know what? They've seen more of him, man. So
I'm sure they have. But Jesus, dude, it's like, how much different is Brissett than Rivers was his last year as an old man there? How much different is he going to be than Wentz? Enough to give up 2 high draft picks? I don't know.
It's not just giving up those 2 high draft picks, and it's taking on that fucking contract. And then you think, bro, can Brissett kind of like hold the torch this year? And you draft somebody either this year or next year, or they got a good young team, man. They got a good young team.
But what's their strength, bro?
Their strength is their offensive line.
What's their strength?
Their offensive line, their defense is up and coming. They got they probably got one of the best young middle linebackers in the game. I forget the guy's name. And their running back, they got Taylor, I believe, Jonathan Taylor. And they got a good stable of receivers.
So to me, that's exactly the type of team that doesn't need to have a top 5, top 10 quarterback. You got a great O-line. You got a pretty good defense. You're based on the power game, running. You could afford to give a guy like, I don't know, dude. There must be something we don't know about that guy that they know that they just don't trust him.
I like him as well, though, Randy. So I kind of understand what you're saying. So I do like Brissett. I do like Brissett a lot.
I'm sure he's going to get a chance to play next year because Carson Wentz has not completed a season, whether for ineffectiveness or injury, almost ever. Almost ever.
But I did. Since they do that, they did that 75% of the starts, or not of the starts, of the snaps.
Yeah.
I think I read it online, and he's almost been like at 79% his whole career, even with that injury. He is usually starting. He was the worst starter too this past year.
Absolutely. What would you think? I guess if you're in contention, you don't try to pull a fast one. But if you're out of it and you're the Colts, you may just be like, all right, we're going to sit you the rest of the year. Don't make that 75% of the snaps. We'll save a first-round pick. That'd be kind of sneaky, but,
I wouldn't put it past anybody, dude.
Yeah.
Going from a second to for saving a number 1 pick, yeah.
Absolutely. Rush Limbaugh died this week. I think it was this week.
Oh, really?
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I know he announced a few months ago that he had, was it cancer, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Wow, I did not hear that.
Yeah, I think it was a couple days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Rest in peace. What else is going on, dude? We're going to have a show on Monday, right?
Yes.
Johnson show, Hialeah's channel, the link's down there. What are we?
It's going to be part 1 of NFL Hall of Famers who do not deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
That's just part 1, right?
Part 1. It's going to be 10 through 6 or 6 through 10. And then it's going to be 10 through 6, and then we're going to do 5 to 1.
Okay.
It's going to be for inducted 1975 forward.
Why'd you do that? I'm curious. Why'd you do that?
Because I think that's more relevant. I don't think we want to talk about people that we never watched, and it was a whole different era. It's not our expertise, so I kind of wanted to keep it to. You figure 75, they retired in 70, so we're still getting a couple of the old guys, but we're not getting guys from like the 40s and 50s. It's mainly 60s forward.
Okay, I got you. We want to keep it
a little bit. Yeah.
And then the other part of that is people who are not in that deserve to get in.
Yeah, we're gonna do that one after that. We're gonna do the top 10 NFLers who are not in the NFL and deserve to be in that. We're gonna do the Hall of Fame.
Okay, cool. What else is going on, guys?
Crickets.
There's supposed to be a fucking cold front coming through over here. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, it's supposed to come tonight, man. But it's not gonna be really bad though.
I'm fucking sweating out here, dude. I wore my long sleeve thinking there might be something.
It might get into the low 60s. That's about it for us, bro.
It's fucking hot, dude.
Yeah, but it hasn't been humid, so it's good. Hey, Tank. I didn't see you there. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on?
He's studying the numbers. He's crunching numbers over there. All right, dude.
Hey, look, yeah. I wore my Overlook Hotel shirt for tonight. The Twins.
That's cool. Let me take a closer look at that. Let me take a closer look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Got the Twins, the Mays.
Now, what is your favorite scene from that movie?
Oof, man, that's a good one. Favorite scene?
Yeah. You ever seen that movie, Tank?
Nope.
The Shining? You never seen The Shining?
It's kind of a classic.
Man, I don't know. A favorite scene? I would say little Danny Torrance running in the snow, and when he starts stepping back, so so Jack doesn't find him. Also, the scene where he's riding the little big wheel, and he turns the corner, and the twins are there, or
I said one, bro.
Or when he looks down the hallway, dude, and the guy in the bear suit goes like this and looks, and it looks like he was doing something to another guy, and they're both, dude, that shit freaked the shit out of me, dude. So good.
My favorite scenes from that movie is when he goes to the bar.
Oh, love that. Love that. And starts talking to the bartender.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great scene. Yeah. Love that movie. Love. Also, when she looks to see what he's been, the book he's been writing, and it's just all work and no play. Oh my God.
All work and no
play makes Jack a dull boy, I believe.
Yeah, just over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, and all different forms that he writes. Oh my God, so we just ruined the movie.
I don't think he was paying attention to us.
Red rum.
Yeah, classic.
You gotta watch that, Tank.
I do.
You watch horror? You're into the horror movies?
Yeah, I like them.
This is a ghost horror movie.
Yeah, I think it's a little dated, obviously, but I think it'll be.
It still holds up. It's a great Stanley Kubrick film.
Kind of up your alley. Very good director. Very good actor.
Soundtrack is excellent. The music, ominous. It's by Stephen King, although I don't think it followed the book too much.
Wow, did I know that? I'm not sure if I knew that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they made a remake for television that kind of followed the book a little bit better. But you know what?
Really?
Yeah, it starred that guy from Wings, I believe.
Why the hell would you remake that movie?
Because it was more in accordance with the book.
Make money.
It followed the book more closely than The Shining did.
Okay.
Stanley Kubrick took a lot of liberties, and I think it worked. I freaking one of my top 2 horror movies. Top 2.
There's always some guy that'll tell you the book is better, right?
Always.
I don't know, dude. I never read the book. I'm not a biggest Stephen King fan, so I'm really happy with the movie that Stanley Kubrick did.
In your case, you would say the comic book is better, right?
No. The comic books are always different. It's hard to translate a comic book into a freaking movie or a comic storyline. I'll put it to you this way. When I saw the Avengers, that's the closest I'd ever. The first one, when I first saw that, I was like, dude, that's the closest it's ever gotten to fucking a comic book.
All right. I am nowhere near your level of comic book dorkness, but in my limited comic book / movie knowledge, the one movie I seen that came from that medium that is like true to the book as much as possible with a little twist, and I know you're not a DC guy, is Watchmen.
I'm not a Watchmen fan.
But I didn't say it's great or good. I said it's exact, like the movie is just like the book. And okay. Why don't you like that, dude? That's pretty good. Why don't you like it?
I tried reading the book, and my brother was a big fan of Watchmen.
Yeah, people love it or hate it.
And I just couldn't get into it. And then I saw, I think I've seen parts of the movie. I didn't even see the whole movie through, so I can't really comment on it. I just know that when I saw, I'm just saying, when I saw Avengers for the first time at the movies, that's the first, all the other movies that have come out since, I feel the same, I feel mostly, but when I first saw that, I was like, dude, that's a comic book. I'm not saying it followed everything, because that's story to the T, but I was like, that's a comic book when I saw that.
I got
No, it was a movie. It's not a comic book.
Right.
All right, guys. We ready to bring on our guest tonight? Anything else on the docket before we bring on our guest tonight?
Let's keep this going for a little bit longer, man. Let's talk about. No, I'm kidding, man.
It was like pulling teeth the last 5 minutes, so I think
I don't think so. It felt it flowed very well for me, man. I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm sorry.
Butter. It was like butter, right?
Didn't mean to call you out.
Like butter?
Smooth,
like butter, dude.
Dude, I forget this guy's old as fuck.
But that is kind of like an old reference, dude.
So, no, I got it. I am hip. I'm hip. That was dope.
Anybody who says the words "I'm hip" automatically is not hip.
That was dope.
All right. Let's bring on our guest for the evening. I was trying to get him on around the Halloween time, but things didn't work out. But we have him here with us tonight. Ben from Central Utah Paranormal. Let's bring him on with us. Ben, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, man. I'll do the introductions, but everybody's name is down there. As you can see, Tank, Hialeah, I'm the GOAT.
What's up, Ben?
How's it going?
Nice to have you, man.
Now,
hey, it's nice to be here.
Utah, man. Tell me right now, what's the weather situation over there?
It is 43 degrees right now, but it was 10 5 days ago.
So 43 for you is probably not.
Yeah, I'm short sleeves chilling at 43.
Are you a lifelong Utah native?
I lived here for most of my life. I lived in California for about 2 years, but then I came back here as that was too expensive.
Yeah, California is insane, probably similar to, I don't know if it's as crazy as New York, but it's probably, what part of California?
Sacramento.
Okay. Cool.
So it was ridiculous. But
and when's the last time you got snow over there?
Just a couple of days ago. It actually hailed, and the hail didn't melt until yesterday, and it hailed 4 days ago.
Wow.
It's probably part of all this same stuff, right? That's in Texas.
Yeah.
And all. Okay.
Cool. Any damage from the hail?
Ours is just really small hail. We don't get the crazy ice storms like they're getting over there.
What is someone from Utah called? Utes?
Northern Utah. I can't remember which university it is, but they're the Utes.
Yeah, the Utes. Okay.
But they probably don't call themselves that, right? Probably other people call them that. They're yeah, I'm a Ute, dude.
Yeah, they still call themselves that, but I think they're changing that now.
We're Floridians, but do we ever really refer to ourselves as that?
No.
Well, we're talking to other people, maybe.
You probably would, Hialeah. You probably.
Yeah, I probably would, because that's dope.
Yeah. You're hip, so you probably would do
I'm
it.
hip.
Yeah. So, I when I think of Utah, I think of there's a couple things that I just think of as a guy from South Florida. So I think of the Utah Jazz, that's automatic in my head. I think of I think there was on a Winter Olympics possibly in Utah at one point. And Mormons, right? There's a lot of Mormons in Utah.
Yeah.
That's the main things I think of.
Yeah. Utah Jazz, Mormons. Top two.
How far is the Utah Jazz play from where you are?
They're in Salt Lake, so I'm about 2 hours south.
Okay. So that would be in the northern Utah area?
Yeah, I live literally right in the middle of Utah.
Okay. Hence the name Central Utah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so
you're on point tonight, Randy. You're on point tonight.
On fire, bro. No, I thought that was interesting too. That in the name he made a point of that I don't know if there's other people that do similar thing, northern Utah, but that was you made a point of putting that in the name. So tell us a little bit about what Central Utah Paranormal is.
So not only is it our direct location, but I was trying to find something that focused on the three things that we focus on, which is cryptids, UFOs, and poltergeists. So CUP, Central Utah Paranormal, covered both of them the best that I could. We do a lot of residential investigations, people that call us that have problems in their houses. I we do just about one every month. I just finished one like 2 weeks ago. It was pretty crazy.
So do you have a business out of this?
So it's a free service right now. So after we get enough subscribers on all of our platforms, then we'll start getting paid by social media. That way we can continue to offer our services for free.
Nice.
That I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hialeah.
What was the first word that you said? Cryptid?
Yeah, cryptids.
What exactly is that?
So that could be anything from Sasquatch, skinwalkers, anything that, like, for some people it's mythical. For some people, they believe they have been able to find evidence of them. But those are two that we have in our area.
Okay, I've never heard that term.
So it was cryptids, UFOs, and the third one was
Poltergeists.
Okay, which is that ghosts would fall into that?
Yeah, just a fancy word for ghost, really.
Okay. I honestly didn't even know about the UFO part. That is something that, like, UFOs and aliens, I have one up there. That's not a real one, but greatly interests me. Some would say I'm obsessed with it a little bit, but I don't think it's that much. But that I find super interesting. But yeah, dude, a lot of businesses, there's stages to any business. There's the craftsman stage where, you're learning, you're not charging. And then, there's the stage where you start charging. And then there's the last stage, which most businesses don't get to. They each have a name. One is the craftsman stage, which is when you're learning and not charging and getting started. Then there's I forget what the name of the second one is. Entrepreneurial stage, actually, is the name of the second one. That's when you're charging. And then the last stage, which a lot of people don't get to, is like where the main dude doesn't even have to be involved in the business and the business still runs, So that's cool, man. What is the number? So, like, you have your number, your info published somewhere where people find you and get a hold of you guys?
Yeah. So most people contact us on Instagram. It's central.utah.paranormal. It's the exact same on Facebook and on YouTube, just without the dots.
I have it all in the description of the video also, by the way.
But yeah, I'd say, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Say most of our business comes from, like, referrals that I get here, like, around town. It's a small community, so we all know each other. So if something weird starts happening, they just say, "Oh, call Ben."
What's the number one type of inquiry or call? Like, what's the most common?
Just things happening in their home that they can't explain. Like, when it gets to the point that an electrician can't tell you what's going on with the lights or why things are being moved into different places. When they get security cameras and no one's coming into their house, but things are still being moved. And also within businesses, like people hearing voices when people aren't there and they don't have a mental illness. Like,
is this an old town or is this?
It's actually the original capital of Utah. So we used to be a territory that was called Deseret. And then when they changed it to Utah, they moved the capital to Salt Lake because it had a larger water source.
Okay.
So we're like 1840-ish.
When you talk about this type of stuff, is the reason I ask is because I may have heard somewhere like older places with more history are more likely to maybe have this type of activity.
Yeah, we started out actually investigating historical sites to kind of start showing people what we were doing and getting evidence and showing them what we could find. And then we started getting invitations to businesses and homes. But yeah, I would say the oldest places that we've gone is where we've gotten some of the clearest voices. I've never caught like a spirit on camera, but I've caught plenty of voices and movement.
And of course, you're working with like equipment, right? Like there's different.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about like some of the equipment you would use when you go out?
Yeah. So for our investigations team, we're mostly communication based. I think that's mostly because Like you need the money, the source to be able to get the DVRs and the cameras that you can set up in different places like that. So I actually have some of my stuff right here. So you've probably seen this one on any show that you watch. It's an EMF reader. And what that does is it picks up any electronic, like magnetic frequencies. It also picks up radio waves. And there's one other thing that it picks up. I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But it's believed that spirits are built out of or made out of that sort of energy source. But the hard thing with an EMF meter is picks up all those other things too. So you don't know 100% if you have a false positive or not, because you could be picking up some radio traffic from a nearby semi communicating with one of their mics, or even a police vehicle, But when we're clear the hell out in the desert in some of these historical sites, that's where I love using it the most, because it's so much less likely that you have a false positive when you're out there. So for that, to help with that, we have this. It's called a periscope.
Let me just make your screen a little bit bigger so we can get a closer look at that.
You're good.
Yeah.
So this is a periscope. It's made by Jeremy Jones, Paranologies. And what this will do is it changes colors, and it's different depending on what direction the entity is coming from. So if it's coming this way, you'll see it turn green to red. So it's coming and exiting, and it'll do the same from the opposite direction. And he makes some that are a full circle so you can catch all the way around you. But this only picks up static energy. So like if you were to rub your feet across the floor really quick and come next to it and touch it, it would show that it entered here and exited here. But that's one of my favorite ones to use. He's a great builder, but he does them by himself. So he could have thousands of orders, and you might not get your equipment for a couple of years when you buy from him.
Wow, dude.
But yeah, I found mine used from him, so I lucked out.
And who is he? He is just a manufacturer, or
he's I guess you could call him an inventor, a builder, an engineer. He builds for Zach Baggins from Ghost Adventures. He's built some things for Ghost Hunters. He has lots of larger pieces of equipment that he's built for the Haunted Museum in Las Vegas. But he's talented at what he does. It's just like he even has a warning. Like when you buy it from him, it's like, this is going to take a while. I have all of this in front of you. I'm sorry. Have a good day.
Wow.
Please give me your money.
So business is good for him.
Very good.
Yeah.
Ben.
Sorry, Tank. Go ahead.
Fuck you, Elia. That's exactly what I was going to ask. How did you get into it?
So I think all of us have had some kind of an experience at some point. Like for me, I had a lot of stuff happen when I was younger. But when you're young, you see things or you hear things, you don't really understand it. I think it's easier to ignore when you're a kid, but as you get older and you know that wasn't right, or that didn't come from that, or that wasn't there before, when you start running into that stuff, it's like, I can tell you a story if you want. I can make it quick.
we got as much time as you got.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so have any of you ever heard of the Queen Mary?
The Queen Mary.
It's a ship. It's now docked in Long Beach.
No.
Was this a cruise ship, or?
So it actually started as a warship during World War II. They called it the Gray Ghost. It looks just like the Titanic. Like, it's massive. So it used to just be. Oh, sorry.
Was it used for like medical?
Yes, it was used for medical and transporting prisoners of war.
Yeah, I have heard of it.
And so it did that for, I think, from World War II till about 1960. And Disney bought it and turned it into just a docked hotel, turned it into a cruise liner. I think it started as a cruise liner, actually. Then Disney bought it and they docked it. But all this weird stuff started happening and they just didn't know what to do. They couldn't keep staff. People just quit all the time. Weird things would happen. Things would break. And so they sold it. I don't know who they sold it to, but so now it's still there. It's a docked ship. It's a hotel. They have tours on it. So anyways, it was my turn. So me and my wife, every year we take turns for our anniversary. And so I took her to a haunted ship for 4 days.
Is she into this stuff too? Or
No.
at all?
No.
Oh my. Okay.
So I
It was
had
your
been there.
turn, though. It was your turn.
Yeah, it was my turn. So I had been there once before, and I was super skeptic there because all these people were like, oh man, like my sink turned on by itself, and all this. I'm like, no, you're all full of shit. That didn't happen. Like, no, you're just saying that because they said it's a haunted ship when we got here. So I told her that. I was like, I was there. I didn't feel gross. I didn't feel any of these things that all these people are talking about. So the first night, we get there, and when you walk in, they have all these books of compiled stories that have happened to people that have been there. Okay. And so we bought one, and we're headed down to our hotel room, and in the book, it has the room numbers, like where these things happened. And the room right across from ours, a guy strangled his wife and then killed both of his daughters and then killed himself in the tub. And Jesus. We were like, what? And so she's doing like a Snapchat story, like, holy crap, like this happened right here and we're staying right here. And there was something wrong with our room, so they moved us, but just one room down. And there it is. So they move us one room down from where this happened. And that night, it was roughly like 2:00 in the morning, I'd say. I wake up to the sound of my wife, but it's very faint. She's saying my name, but it's like, Ben, Ben. And I wake up, and like she takes this big breath of air. She's like, something was just holding me down to the bed. Something was just choking me. Something was holding me down to the bed. And it still gives me goosebumps when I tell the story. But,
shit, I'm getting them too.
dude, it was crazy. And so I do the man stuff. You know, I jump up, check the door, check all the rooms, check the bathroom. When I get in the bathroom, I turn the light on, and I notice something. So across my chest, I had 3, I wouldn't call them cuts and I wouldn't call them marks. They're more like burns. But it was just like 3, just straight across my chest like that. And so I put my shirt back on so she doesn't see it because I didn't want to freak her out any more than she was already freaked out. And I went and grabbed my phone and took a picture of my chest real quick. And I get back in there and I'm like, hey, what happened? And she's like, I thought you got up to go to the bathroom. And I thought it was just you getting back in bed. She's like, but something crawled up onto the bed from the bottom. And then it just sat on her, just sucked her down to the bed. And
Jesus.
And I'm sure I'm missing some details. She always tells me, you tell that story wrong every time. But it was it's like she remembers every second of it because it was absolutely terrifying. Like she said, it felt like minutes that this thing was holding her down, when in reality it was probably seconds. But
now, Ben, did you guys make it to night 2, 3, and 4 after this?
Yep.
Oh my god! I don't think I would have been around for the other nights, dude.
It was my turn. It was my turn. And so so we went through the rest of it. We did all the ghost tours, and we didn't have anything else happen to us for the other 3 days. But man, to start the day off with that one was crazy. Like her family was like, leave the ship.
I don't blame them, man. I've heard of there's like a hotel, I think in LA. You may know. What's the name of that place?
Dude, I think there's a show on Netflix that just came on Netflix.
Yeah.
The Chelsea.
Yeah.
Yes.
They say that place is haunted.
Yeah, we just started watching that
The
documentary.
Cecil, isn't it? The Cecil.
Oh yeah, Cecil.
Yes, that's the
Cecil.
name. That's the name. Yes, thank you.
Boom.
He's our fact checker / statistician, crack staff.
Yeah, I want to start that one as well. I just saw it today.
Also, there's a show on that. I got to check that out.
Yeah, we just started it too.
It's just like people telling their stories about what it is, or like what happened to them.
I'm only one episode in, but the first episode's been about there's like a girl that goes missing and they can't find her leaving. That's as far as I really made it. But
okay.
And you can legit still stay there. It's still open for business too, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it is. But after that experience, that was when I really, really dove back in. I mean, even just I wish I would have taken pictures of the marks or the burns over time, because it healed. Like, have you ever burned yourself on like a stove or you get that white blister?
Yeah.
So it did that, and then it like popped, and then it peeled off, and there's no scar. There's nothing there to show that it was there.
Did she ever see the burn?
She saw the picture. So as we're going home, she wanted to post on Facebook, about our vacation. Mm-hmm. And she's going through the pictures and she's like, what the hell is this? I was like, you remember that night? Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's insane, dude. I don't think I would have made it through the rest of that that trip. I've never had any experience like that. That doesn't mean I'm not, just because I haven't seen a UFO or experienced that, I don't say it's not possible or whatever. I've never had one. Ilya, have you ever had any type of?
Never. I did have. No, I haven't.
I mean, I've always, I've from time to time have heard something that I don't know what the hell it was, right, or seen something out of the corner of my eye that I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but like concrete, no. But Tank, you told us a story about your dad one time before on the show.
Yeah.
You want to tell them?
Yeah, I'll give the little gist of it. So my dad is a pastor. He's an ordained pastor. He's had a church for a few years, and so one day he just gets a call. This was actually before he had the church. He was like a co-pastor, so he was like the backup. He was on the second string, bench.
He was the B team.
Yeah.
JV.
So I don't know how it went down. I don't know if these people were close to my dad, so I guess they felt more comfortable talking to him. So they called him and they told him, hey, look, we have this. My kid has this imaginary friend that he talks to all the time, but they were also having marital problems. So he went more because of that, not because of the imaginary friend. So whatever, he's consulting them, telling them things over the phone. And then when he actually goes to the house, the kid, I forget his exact age, maybe from the range of 8 to 12, between there. So my dad goes to the house, he walks in, and the kid just, whatever, he sits down on the couch, he's talking to the parents, and the kid comes out of the room and he goes straight to my dad, doesn't break eye contact, and he tells him, she doesn't want you here. Cold, with a cold, no emotion, just straight up just tells him that. So my dad is like, okay, where is she? So my dad goes and he shows, the kid goes, she's in there. He takes it to his room and she goes, he's in there. And I think it was a little closet type where they keep the water heater or something like that. So it was no space, nothing in there. So my dad goes, okay, all of you guys just stay in the living room. And he goes into the room by himself. He starts praying, whatever, blessing the room, and he goes back out to the living room, and everybody's like all like together, like all close together, and like they look, shocked or scared. And then they ask my dad, "Hey, you didn't hear that?" And my dad goes, "Or you didn't feel that?" Something. No, you didn't hear that. They go, and it was something like, I don't know if it was a scream. I can't really remember what it was, or like a door slamming, something. But my dad said later on, told us, he didn't tell them, but he told us that while he was praying, he felt something cold like pass over him, and that was it. It was just crazy. And then later on, like the kids started being like more happy. The parents told my dad, and then whatever. Then the people stopped like going to the church after my dad helped them with everything, and then they ended up calling him back a few weeks later, telling him like, "Oh, she's back." Um, and then I guess since they didn't want to look for the help, my dad told them, "Hey, look, I already went once. You guys didn't want to do your part." And then I don't know what ended up happening, but that was it.
That sounds about right.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
No, we just had the last one that we just finished. The gal's friends with my wife, so she contacted me, but I think her kid's like 2.5 years old, so not in a crib, but still in one of those beds that has a shield so they don't fall off.
Right.
And she calls for her mom in the night. She goes in there and she's pointing in the corner and she says, "Mama, girl scary." And there's no one there.
Yeah, I get fucking goosebumps, bro.
I did too, man. So that's the last one we did, and came to find out that she had other things happen too. Like her fridge door opened by itself, stuff would fall out. The faucet would turn on by itself outside, and there'd be no footprints in the mud leading to the water because it was winter, But we came to find out that there was one girl spirit in the basement that was adopted by this family. So like she lost her family when she was young. She was adopted by another family. And then we made contact with the mother, who was also in the home, who said that there was a daughter and an adopted daughter, verifying what the daughter had. We have the daughter downstairs. It's like we focus on communication, so we go for voices. We use dowsing rods, pendulums for yes and no answers, different machines that help us get names, and then we try and verify it through history, which is what we're trying to do now.
That's what I was going to ask you. So like if somebody called you that's having some sort of issue, I guess you kind of answered it. You guys go back and see, oh yeah, somebody died in this house 5 years ago. So-and-so used to live there and this happened. I lived in a house before this house that I found out like after a couple years there. My front door neighbor, I was having a couple beers with him in the front yard, and he started laughing. And I'm like, well, what is it, dude? And he's like, dude, like 5 people died in that house. I never wanted to tell you.
What?
Yeah.
In the brown house?
In the brown house. Yeah. And I was like, holy shit, I am not telling my wife. If I tell her that, she'll be freaking out all the time.
He just told you, yeah, there was a mass murder in your house?
No. Not a mass murder.
So not at once.
Yeah, he said like 5 people have died in your house.
Oh, okay.
So like there was some older people that lived there at times, so, maybe people that are, close to death, they don't make it to die at the hospital, they die there. I didn't want to know all the details, but he told me over the time that he had lived there, that had happened. We have a question from somebody in the chat here.
That's my boy. What's up, Mike?
And yeah, what's up, Mike? And this is that's for you, Ben.
Okay, what has been the experience that has given me the most fear? Thank you for that question, Michael. Mine happened before I started doing this. Was my worst one. Okay, so when I lived in
If
California,
you don't want to get into it, dude, don't worry about it, man.
oh no, I don't care.
All right.
I'm just gonna give you some more goosebumps, I guess. But so when I lived in California, there's a place called Placerville off Highway 50. It's in El Dorado County, and I had a roommate, and like back, the apartments were so expensive, and there was like no room for anything. So we both shared a room with a twin bed, and his faced the bathroom, and mine faced out the window. And it's probably like 11 o'clock at night, and he's like, "Hey," he was from Florida, kind of funny, but he's like, "Hey, man, hey, stop touching me." I'm not touching you, dude. And he's like, "Oh, aren't you funny? Stop touching me."
You
And I was
guys were
like,
in the
"Dude,
same bed or separate beds?
no." So his bed, like we had twin beds. So his was
Twin.
over here against the wall, and mine was over here against the wall. But his faced this way, and mine faced that way.
Okay.
And I'm like, "Dude, I'm not." And so I start hitting the wall, like banging on the wall. I'm like, "See, I'm right here." And he's like, "Dude." And this green light, like not bright, like dim, started filling the room. And I couldn't see. I could see the light, but he's looking at whatever is putting off this light. And he is freaking out. Like he's like silently freaking out. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like all I see is like this green dimish color over his face and just like horror going over him.
Yeah, he's in terror.
Yeah, and so I'm like, "Dude, like I think I know how to get rid of it, but you got to turn on the light, because if this happens to me too, we're screwed, you know?" So I'm trying to break him out of this trance basically that he's in, and I just start yelling at him like, "Travis, go turn on the light. Go turn on the light, Travis." And he starts kind of like coming to, and he's like, "I can't." I'm like, "Grow some balls and go turn on the light." And so he runs over and turns on the light switch, and it's gone. It's completely gone. And so I like said a prayer, and it was gone, but we still felt gross, just gross. And we lived there for about 3 more weeks until we found another place to live.
Because of that situation, you wanted to leave.
Yeah, that's the only one that I've ever had that, like, just the sheer feeling of doom
And
is the best way to explain it.
What would you say that was? Or
So he actually described it. So, and it sounds super funny. I'm going to explain it just like he did because I loved him so much. He is so funny. But he was like, "Dude, have you ever seen the Phantom on Scooby-Doo?" It's like, "Yeah." It's like, "It looked just like that." He's like, "And that's why no one's going to believe us, because it looked just like that." He said it had yellow eyes, and it was just this shapeless figure. But without no legs. He said it just floated. It was shapeless and green and had yellow eyes. And that's all he could make out.
Did you guys sleep with the light on that night?
We moved our beds into the living room, and we shoved the couches into that room. We didn't sleep in there again. We only went in there for the bathroom.
Wow, Jesus.
Which is where that thing was. It was in the bathroom when it started glowing.
yeah, that was gonna be one of my questions that I had. So he stole that from me, Michael Rivas. and Ben, there is like I've seen some videos. There's like a group, right? It's not just you. There's like some other people that come along with you. Like there's like a few people.
Yeah, so I started it, and I have 2 other people that do it with me. Their names are Randy and Stephanie.
Randy.
Yeah, you got that one. But Randy's really good at. I think that's why we're so focused on, like, we're communications based, because both of them are really good at it. Randy's like a 1970s surfer dude. So whenever we go somewhere, it's just like, "Hello, my name's Randy, and I'm here to talk to you." And we get voices every single time. It kind of bugs the shit out of me.
What is your feeling on the Ouija board?
So I don't use it, and I think that's just for me is like an implanted fear that I've always had since I was young. Like that if you don't say goodbye or you don't do the right thing, like Randy has one. We've never used it. Like he just has it. But when he got it, he was like, it even came with instructions. And it's like, never use it alone. Never leave the planchet, the thing that moves, on the board. Never leave the planchet on the board alone. Never disrespect the board. And I can't remember what the fifth one was, but it had like no shit, like guidelines. Like if you do this, you're screwed, basically.
Shit, I disrespected one before.
And look at you now.
Yeah, look at me. I saw one at Barnes and Noble, and I just put it down and I put my hands on it.
I think by disrespect, it means more like kicking,
like burning it.
Yeah, throwing it. Yeah, there's too many crazy Ouija board stories.
What's the thing called? What's it called again?
The planchet.
Planchet.
Now, what's crazy about Ouija boards is that like Parker Brothers will make them too.
Yeah, you only have to be 8 years old to summon a demon, and
But
21 to drink.
But if you use one of these right here, like these old school ones, do I have it up on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
That one kind of freaks me out a little bit more. You know, like that old one that's probably been used like long ago.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of probably. I used it when I was a kid before. There's a whole thing to them too that I've read that like there's something that happens subconsciously too that can occur. So like let's say me and Tank are, you know, because I think two people have to put their hands right lightly. They say really lightly. But they say that there's like a phenomenon that can happen where I'm not moving it consciously and he's not moving it consciously, but subconsciously we are, because they kind of make you go like this with it, I think, when you're starting.
Yeah.
And then like somehow the thing moves, but like it could be us just moving it, but we don't realize that I don't know if I'm explaining that properly. Like,
Yeah.
it could be
Yeah, I
without
get it.
noting. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I read about the Ouija board. We tried to take one out to a cemetery one time when we were like,
That's number
16.
5.
That's number 5.
That's
Probably.
number 5.
Is it?
Don't use it in a cemetery.
We never got to use it. We actually got in a lot of fucking trouble for going in that cemetery at night, and we didn't get to use it. But we had been watching like The Exorcist a lot at the time, and I don't know what we were thinking. It was just so stupid. It was me and a girlfriend and a friend of mine, and the other, like we did like a couple's. I don't know what kind of date this was, but that's the date that we did. We took the girls to the cemetery with the Ouija board, and we ended up getting in trouble for like breaking and entering, which we didn't do any breaking, but we did entering. That was my experience with the Ouija.
And that was last week.
That was a couple weeks ago. Yeah, a couple weeks ago. I was 16. That was time in my life I was doing a lot of stupid things.
Yeah, we were all 16.
Anybody, you guys ever play with a Ouija board? Tank or Helia?
Yeah, I believe so. Back in the day,
I haven't.
don't have anything memorable. It's just that, you know, it's just I'm not moving it, you're not moving it, so who the hell is moving it kind of shit, you know?
And you're always like, you're fucking moving it, dude. You're moving it. I'm not moving it. You're fucking moving it, right? No, I'm not moving it. I'm not moving. They're like, you're fucking moving it, right?
I remember the movie scared the shit out of me. It was the chick from Whitesnake. What was her name? Kate Katane or something like that.
What's the name of the movie?
Ouija.
Okay.
It's the original one. I know they did a remake. Another one.
I've only seen the remake.
Yeah,
It was like an 80s movie, Helia?
Yeah, it was an 80s. And I
Okay.
remember one of the scenes scared the shit out of me. But yeah. I respect it. I don't mess around with it. That's okay. I don't need to summon anything.
Remember, she was fucking with the Ouija board in The Exorcist, right?
Yeah.
By herself,
Yeah.
which was one of the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the movie you're talking about?
Is that the one from the 80s? That's it. But I think it was the chick from Whitesnake. She was in the original movie.
The one from the Is This Love music video?
Yeah, Getting Contained or something is her name.
I can actually see it now. I just don't think I ever knew that was called Ouija, or that there was an original.
Yeah, that's the one I remember. It was back in the 80s.
Okay, apparently there's been a lot of Ouija movies.
I didn't know that. That's a lot.
I mean, there's a lot. Ouija Craft. Ouija, keep telling yourself it's just a game.
Hey, Mata. No.
What happened?
No, I'm looking for the who he's talking about, but I don't see White Snake.
Well, it's not gonna be White Snake Ouija board.
No, the movie, White Snake, the movie.
No, that's a band. That's a band.
Oh,
The name of the movie was Ouija, and it's the same. It's the girl from the White Snake video. I believe she actually married the lead singer.
I think you're right. Let's break it up for a second with the stories. We're talking about music. I see some instruments in the background. I've seen your page. There's a lot of music. You play music?
I do. I play, well, behind me, I got my 7-string. I got my ESP right there. My other acoustic Ibanez. And then just an old baritone ukulele I used to play with all the time. But
Nice. So you have a band or just kind of mess around?
I tried once, but the kind of music that I like to play, there wasn't very many people that like to play it too.
And what is that? What type of music is it?
I like everything from, like, you have your classics. Like AC/DC's always been my favorite band ever. But so like a lot of AC/DC, but also a lot of like melodic death metal. The scarier stuff. Kind of, most people are like, yeah.
Well, our intro music is like a death metal guy made it for us. Shout out Death Metal Ralph made that for us.
I was actually listening to Dirty Deed today.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh no, you're good.
I was just gonna say I'm. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? I would guess you're like about 30.
Yeah, I'm 31.
Okay, but some of this music's like before your time, and you're still into it. That's cool.
Yeah, it's definitely from my dad. Like my dad, AC/DC was his number one, but Megadeth, Metallica, Angel Witch, Accept, Guns N' Roses. I still remember the first time I found his. It was the cassette tape to Use Your Illusion. Use Your Illusion 2. Get in the Ring. If you've heard that song about halfway through, and my mom comes in, what are you listening to? I was like, oh, I don't know, because I'm like 4. But yeah, they had a video of me with remember those little like red, blue, and yellow Sony cassette players that came with a little red and yellow microphone?
Yeah, the mic.
I'm running around my house with it singing Highway to Hell, and my mom's just like, oh my gosh.
During that era, I had a neighbor that was he was very religious. He might have been, I'm not sure if it was like quite a pastor, but he was heavily into the church, and he had, we were 11, 12, 13, talking late 80s, early 90s during the time that album came out. And he would not allow her or us to listen to that music. He was like, that is the devil's music. That is, I was like, holy shit, dude, this is for real. He is not down with this music. So we could never listen to that. And then there was always, they would talk about, you play the record backwards and it says
backmasking.
Hail Hydra.
Yeah.
Like I used to do it with Another One Bites the Dust, and I would do it backwards because I had the turntable and I had the little 45.
Oh, DJ Hialeah. I didn't know.
It sounded just like it's fun to smoke marijuana. It's fun to smoke marijuana. You could hear it. It was like smoke marijuana.
Hey, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I know this was a little far from you, but The Utah monolith. Did you check that out or no?
I wanted to so bad, and then it was gone. So, like, have you heard the story of the guy that saw the people that destroyed it?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Remind us, so remind
Yeah, I
us.
didn't hear about it.
So apparently this monolith just showed up, and it's big, tall, silver, shiny. It looked like it had never been touched. Like there was no scratches on it. It didn't look like it had been hammered into the ground. And these hikers were going through and they found it. But apparently some researchers went back through Google Earth and found it had been there for a while through satellite imaging. But after the hikers found it, then not 2 days, 3 days later, it was gone. And then a man came forward to the news saying that he was camping out there, went out to get pictures with this monolith and everything. And he saw this group of people. It wasn't just like one or two people broke it. It was like
A mob.
yeah, of people came. They broke it down, broke it apparently into pieces, and they hauled it all off in different trucks and vanished. And then, of course, one showed up in England and another one showed up somewhere else. I'm not sure that I really believe the other ones that were found, because when
California, I think, was another
California?
one. Yeah.
Because when you look at that first one, I mean, it was flawless, no scratches, beautiful. And then you see the one from England, and it looks like it's like scaped on the side, like someone drug it across some rough ground. But yeah, they just left like 3 rocks as a marker. Just left it and pieced out.
Yeah, they said something about this is why you don't leave trash in the desert or something like that. And they said, hope you got all your pictures, and they
Yeah.
basically destroyed it. I wanted to be excited about this for like legitimately. I think this is the Google map thing, like in August, it wasn't there at 15, and then it popped up in October. It was definitely like a long, if it was a prank, it was definitely like a long prank. Like, let's leave this out there and let's wait 4 years, until somebody finds it.
Yeah, that was what bothered me, especially when the other two just kind of all of a sudden were just found right after that one was found. But
yeah, let's talk about UFOs a little bit, because you said that's something that you're interested in too. Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, have any of you had a UFO experience?
Tell them we got Mr. 0% over here.
I mean, he hasn't made himself visible quite as much, but whenever we have these discussions, I guess just to know who you're dealing with here, I am always the guy who's like, you never know, dude. This could be that. They could have come, we could have, a lot of the technology we have today maybe came from Roswell, or like, I'm always throwing different angles and possibilities. I mean, the real bottom line is nobody knows. I don't think anybody really knows. Tank over here, I would say, is more middle.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the guy next to you down there, we call him 0% because he throws out a 0%. I had to fight with him, I think, 30 minutes so I can get a 0.5% possibility out of him. So
99.5.
Yeah, he's 99.5 sure that nothing exists, but 0.5. I have never had an experience though, myself. If I did, my numbers would go up probably. I don't think any of us have, right, guys?
No.
So I've had one and only one. But apparently there's a ton. Like, we live in, have you ever heard of Skinwalker Ranch?
Yes. Yes.
So that's like 70 miles from where I live.
Tell us a little bit about that, just for people who may not know that.
So
what is a skinwalker?
So skin for some is a very sensitive topic, I guess you could say, especially in the native, with the native culture, especially around here. But the Navajo word for it is Yi Na'aldalushi, which means he who walks on four legs. It's basically a belief of like I don't want to say a witch doctor, but someone that has sold their soul to the devil in order to maintain a power to transform into a different beast.
Tom Brady.
Right.
Into a goat.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Hey, take a drink. Take a drink.
Oh man.
I'm sorry to interrupt your story. I couldn't help myself. I hate Tom Brady, and that reminded me of him. Sorry. Continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, but Skinwalker Ranch, it was more UFO related. I won't get the years right, but sometime in the 90s, a family procured this ranch, and I think it was their boy. Correct me if I'm wrong if you know, but the boy was seen basically being abducted, like taken to a craft. Other things that happened, like prior to that, like cattle were found mutilated by things that couldn't have ever been in that area. I think that's when the Skinwalker stuff comes in to play. But whenever you bring this up,
put up that wolf again. I'm sorry to interrupt. Put up that wolf picture again. My goodness.
But no one will talk to you about this that's native, even if they've had experiences. They believe if they talk about it, it will bring like a form of damnation upon their family, and these creatures will come after their family and murder them.
Is there a lot of natives up in your area? Okay.
Yeah.
Who lives
And
there now?
I'm friends with a lot of them. Like we have a great relationship, but we both have an understanding that we leave their realm alone. Like I like to study it and understand it, but I respect them for that and leave that to them. And if they ever asked me to come along, I probably would, but it's highly unlikely that they ever would ask me.
And who lives there now on Skinwalker Ranch?
So it was purchased after that experience with that family. It was purchased by the feds, and then they ran 20 years worth of experiments there and things that they still can't explain. I can actually send, if I can find the link, I'll send it to, but
isn't that interesting, right? That like even the fucking government got involved in this place.
And they found the hot spots, they found where the weird stuff would happen, and they had the technology. And so, but all you could do was you could approach the fence. You couldn't go on the land. Like you basically were going to get shot if you crossed the fence. There was signs everywhere, like no trespassing. Like there wasn't a barbed wire fence around it. There wasn't any. It wasn't like a prison, but it was known you do not cross this fence or you might not come back over that fence.
Ben, are you familiar with Jeremy Corbell?
The name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
He's like a big UFO guy. He does documentaries. He did a documentary about Bob Lazar, the guy who claims to have worked in Area 51 and have seen. He's kind of big on this place too, and I remember him talking about like the thing you mentioned about the cows, like the incisions that the cows had were almost like surgical. Yeah, like that.
They weren't from teeth or claws or
exactly. That's what I remember hearing about that, and then what you mentioned about the government too, which was those were the things I found interesting about this place. How far is that from you?
It's in Roosevelt, so it's literally just over like if I could drive straight through the mountain range that's behind me, it would be 70, 80 miles away. But I'd have to go all the way to the end of the mountain and come back up. So it's probably like an hour and 20 minutes away.
Okay. Now, you're in this circle. Is there, this may be a stupid question, is there like a top 10 most haunted or most states with the most activity? Is there any Anything like that? Any
Um,
lists like that?
I've seen more location lists, but
Okay.
I would say California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, and a lot of the Bible Belt, along with like New York, New Jersey. But
New Orleans as well has a big ghost um, area. Don't they? Down in the French Quarter, they have the
it,
tours.
in what area was it?
New Orleans and NOLA.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because there you get into the like people believe in the witchcraft, voodoo, all of the different practices that people would have.
So when we're talking about aliens and UFOs, what's your personal belief on those?
I do believe, but I think what helped me more, like I had, like my experience was weird, and it includes like the lost time aspect. Like when you hear about people that have seen the UFOs, there's this time gap that they don't know what it is, and they're like, "Oh, you can go see like a therapist or whatever, or go undergo hypnosis and gain this time back." I'm not gonna go do that. But my experience was me and a friend got hired to do a security detail out on the desert. There was a group of people out there filming, and small town, they come find the people that don't mind going and hanging out in the dark, me. And so we took the night shift. And the first night we stayed together. So we're chilling in his truck and listening to music and eating snacks. And all of a sudden he's like, "Hey man, do you see this?" And I couldn't see it. So you could see it more out the driver's side, and I was sitting in the passenger seat. And so I get out of the truck and look up, and it sounds super Hollywood, which annoys me, but it was circular. But for me, it was like flat, you could say, but it was circular in shape. And it had 3 pulsing lights on the bottom, and it had 3 colors. It was orange, like orange, red, and green. And they just kind of, the colors changed and it kind of just pulsed. And we got out of his truck and we watched it for, from what I can recall, at least 20 minutes. It didn't move. It stayed where it was. And then we woke up in his truck 2 hours later.
How far away would you say it was when you saw it?
I would say it was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd say it was at least a couple miles up,
Okay.
but it would have had to have been big because, like, to me in the sky, it looked like that big from where I was standing. So it had to have been large.
So you guys experienced a loss of time?
Yeah.
Both of you?
Yeah. We both didn't, like, we both literally woke up in his truck to the sound of our boss that had just hired us the day before pulling up behind us, and we were asleep.
Is your friend is he like a believer too? Is he
He's I would even say he's more skeptical. Like he would never do what I'm doing right now. So I would put him in a more skeptical, more of a 0% kind of a person.
How long have you been doing
Yeah, I
this,
mean,
though? When did you get your start?
When did I start doing this?
Yes.
I started the team 2 years ago with my partner Randy, but I started roughly 2017 and 2018 by myself.
Wow.
and did you get into it like just like as we all do, like, oh, let's go to this I know of on Chrome. I don't know if you guys know, going down Chrome on the left side, there's a abandoned asylum. I don't know if you guys know Randy and Hialeah. There's an asylum there, and people go there all the time. Like, is that how you started? Like, just going by yourself, or?
So I actually worked in a few places that were haunted, a couple that I can't like really talk about, but so I had free access to phenomenon, I guess you could say. So I practiced to kind of hone in how to communicate, what I could use, what worked, what didn't work. But that was what helped me the most, I think, because I was able to find I did have a knack for it. it started to not like, because at first it scares you. The first time you hear your name come through some static or something, it's pretty scary.
Fuck yeah, dude. That'll be scary as shit.
Dude, the only thing that's personally happened to me that I don't know if you could call it paranormal or a fucking ghost. I don't know. I think they call it a French fridge where the freezer's on the bottom. It's a drawer, the freezer. I went to go get ice, so I pulled it out and I was like leaning over getting ice, and I hear like clear as day, no doubt in my mind. I heard "babe."
Oh, you told me this story, I think.
Yeah, and my wife was in the room with the door closed, and I look up because like I hear it like perfectly. I look up and nobody's there, and then I go to the room and I'm like, "Hey, did you just call me?" And she goes, "No." Dude, and that like freaked me out, dude. And it's nothing crazy.
Truth be told, I hear my wife nagging all the time when she's not, just from. So, like, I don't know about that one. Like, I always like, what? Oh,
So what are you saying? The French fridge is haunted?
Yeah, it's exactly what I was saying, dude. You got it.
it could be. It could be, man. So, Betty and Barney Hill is a famous case, and they experienced
Yeah.
time loss. A lot of the major ones experienced that.
Yeah, and Betty and Barney saw the drivers, like they called them the pilots.
Mhm.
But yeah, they had that full experience, and that was like the first big one. It was like 61, 62.
Yeah, right. Yeah, early 60s.
Yeah, we talked about them on a recent episode, and what I find fascinating about that case in particular is they put out the prototype abduction scenario case before there was a prototype abduction scenario. Like that was the first one, and then you get a lot after that are like similar to theirs, but there had not been one like that one before. We talked about they were an interracial couple. They probably didn't want to attract more attention to themselves at that time, maybe. And I find that case super interesting. Probably one of the most famous, interesting cases. Probably. Would you say, Ben?
Yeah, that one and Travis Walton are my top two.
Yeah, he was on Joe Rogan recently. I don't know if you listened to Joe Rogan podcast.
I listen to most of his whenever when Travis is on any of them. But I don't think I've seen him on with him.
He was on in January. Whatever. If you get a chance.
Oh, just barely then.
Yeah, it was very recent. Joe Rogan went on a little spree of a lot of alien kind of centered podcasts. So he had him on. He had the guy Jeremy Corbell that I mentioned with the documentaries. He had Bob Lazar, I think, last year. He had some scientist from Harvard that says this asteroid that passed by could have been an alien piece of something not. He thought it was something alien. So he had a lot of those, but it was interesting. Yeah.
He actually did Skinwalker Ranch like 2 years ago too. He was allowed to go on to a piece of the property, not like all of it, but just like a hillside, and talk to one of the people that had experiences there.
Travis Walton?
No, Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yes, he did. He has gone there, yes, absolutely. Let me ask you about something else that you may or may not be familiar with, but we did early on the podcast. We had an episode with one of my former podcast mates, Ogre, which if he was here, he's balls deep into the ghosts and not so much the UFOs. And he had a UFO experience, but he's like not into them. I don't know why. That would just elevate my interest if it ever happened to me so much more. But he had a UFO experience, but he was not that interested in it. But he had a couple ghost experiences, and he was really balls deep in it. And we never did it. And we said we were going to do an episode on it, and times changed. One of your hats is way cooler than the others.
Oh yeah, that guy is not so good at trolling.
Who has the better hat, though? That's what I want to know. He uses an app. It's an app, and God damn it, I don't remember the name. Maybe you can look it up, Tank. It's an app that you can use to communicate with ghosts. And
I probably have it.
you probably would. You would probably have it. It's. I think it's an app where you try to communicate, and in real time, you may not necessarily hear what's going on, but when you listen to like the replay, you can listen to what came back from what you asked. The guy has a pretty big following on Facebook. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of the app. He told me it was not an app on your phone either. It was something you would install on like your laptop or something like that. You getting anything on that, Tank?
There's so many, dude. I don't even know what to tell you.
Yeah, there's probably a lot. It's an older one. Have you ever heard of anything like that, or any big ones?
So there's a lot of different ones. I'm actually just looking at the ones that I have on my phone right now. So I think one of the oldest ones is Echo Box. I don't know if it's that one. I have the newer version of that, and what it does is it has like different word banks that have different sounds, noises, and it's believed that the spirits can access that and turn those sounds into words. And when you listen to them back, so like use a digital recorder so you can hear yourself asking the questions and then play those back. I've gotten my name out of that. But there's a bunch. Like my favorite's Paratech, but it's a word bank. So there's like a dictionary of words, like thousands and thousands of words. And it's believed that you can use that to continue your communication or to ask questions in order to carry the conversation. But
I'll find the name of the one. I know he said they made like an update to it, and he had some recordings that he played for us, and he mentioned a story about like his wife's father who had passed away, and them asking very specific questions that, like, you know, only he would have known, and you know, they were able to even make amends on a certain situation that was going on. I wonder who not so good at trolling is, because he's pretty good at trolling. You know, one thing that I thought about one time, I was a very dear friend of mine passed away, like way before his time, and in the days immediately after his death, I guess like what would happen to probably a lot of people, you know, that had something like that happen to them, you'd be like, man, I wish I could talk to that person one more time. You know, I wish I could, you know, hang out with that person one more time, or whatever. And I thought, man, I'd fucking do like a seance or something if I knew how, or I could how. Is there people like in the community that think about that or try to do something like that at times like that?
I would say some of the things we do are very similar to a seance. We're not standing around a table like holding hands, but it is a form of communication. And like I have a hard time believing some of them. Like, you know, you see the ones that are holding onto the table and the table starts moving, or all of a sudden one of their like heads like hits the table and comes back up and they start speaking a different language, or they're someone else. But I've also never experienced that, so I could be completely wrong. But have you ever heard of dowsing rods?
No.
So I use dowsing rods for my yes and no questions. They're pretty simple. I'll grab mine right here. But basically what you do, So they look like this. There's two of them. And then these spin. So when you hold them in your hand, they can move freely.
I have seen those before.
So, like my family's been using them for a long time, but it's like a ranch trick. You can find water with them. They used to call them divining rods.
Yeah.
When they first started using them for water winching. Like my dad put in his entire sprinkler system with dowsing rods. But so what you do is you hold them and say, in order for me to speak with you, I have to teach you how to use these. I'll need you to cross the rods for yes, and then they'll move like just like that. You'll say, okay, I need you to leave them parallel for no, and they'll move. And when you're asking questions, if they're already parallel and it's a no answer, you'll feel it like vibrate and stay parallel. It's one of the craziest things that you can ever experience until you feel it for yourself. Like all this part of your knuckles, you just feel this energy coming out of your knuckle. It's crazy. But that's how we maintain our yes and no questions to discover names. If we have heard names, if they're correct, that way we can verify through either history books or different like audits that cities have.
Who taught you all this? Or you just learned on the fly, or just the research, or?
Mostly research and practicing, because a lot of the videos that you watch, especially when you're trying to really learn how to do it yourself, are kind of vague. And then you're wondering, like, are they lying? Does this really work?
Mm-hmm.
But I also had a book from like 1968. It was like the very first ghost hunting book ever written from a guy in Europe who started in England in like 1940. And after 30 years of doing it, compiled this basically how-to book, how to debunk things, different tricks that they used to use, which I've tried some. Like there's a lot that are like I probably wouldn't use now, but they have it. I learned most of it from that book, probably.
Why wouldn't you use it now?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Some of them, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it, but some of the things they would do are kind of far-fetched, I guess you could say. Like, I'm trying to think of the one, getting spirits' footprints in flour. That was one. But maybe it's one of those things, once you see it work, your mind is blown and you do it every time. But like he was like, carry a bag of flour with you everywhere you go. Like, no. But if he actually had that work for him, then of course he's going to have that with him.
So Ben, let me ask you this: what is a ghost? Does everybody become in your estimation? Does everybody become a ghost? Do certain people become ghosts because there's some unfinished business? Or are they trapped? Like what would, in your experience or your studies, what would you say that is? Why is that phenomenon there?
And I would say that is the biggest question. What I have learned is it comes down to a lot of people's belief systems. But like I'm Mormon. I was raised Mormon. I live in Utah. Hello. But
I mean, we weren't trying to be mean to Mormons. In the beginning of the show, I just think Mormons, Utah.
No, you're good.
Shout out to the Mormons. Dude.
I'm not offended by any means. So when you look at all these different belief systems, you believe, or I shouldn't say you, people believe that their body is more like a car, and your spirit is the one that's really moving it. Your soul is the one that's taking care of business. It's the wheel, it's the person behind the wheel. But what I have found is the ones that stick around want someone to know something, or they had a tragic experience and they're looking for help. And there's even some that simply honestly don't know they're dead or don't want to move on. And I've only encountered two of those. I've had one that just wanted to pass a message to his son, which was to me like not a scary experience. It was one of the most like beautiful experiences I've ever had doing this. Like the most fulfilling probably that I've ever had. And the other is ones that have passed, were involved in some form of a tragedy and just don't know what to do or how to move on. And like, have you guys heard of the Warrens?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So like all the conjurings that they're based off of the Warrens.
Love that.
So in their,
Can you give us a brief synopsis for those that may not be up to speed on that?
Yeah. So man, I'm trying to remember both their names off the top of my head right now.
Lorraine and Ed.
Yes, Lorraine and Ed. So
Look at Hank, man. Look at
I love them, bro. I love them.
and
This
I
is
have,
Hank's wheelhouse.
I have the biography in my closet right here, but I didn't want to go over to it. But so Lorraine had a gift. Like she could see things that others couldn't, and she could hear things. So she was what they would call like an empath, and not necessarily a psychic, but someone that can feel and understand those different forms of energies. And in her book, they're on a military base. I believe it's in California. And there is the spirit that destroys this room on the daily. It's always like you could leave it clean, perfect, pristine, come back and it's destroyed and no one's been in there. And Lorraine goes in there and she takes a seat, and Ed would always be close to her because she would pass out, or like during times of like when she was really getting into the situation, she would lose her energy, she would black out, pass out. So he was always close. And she tunes in to this spirit, finds out his name, finds out that he was wrongfully accused of I believe it was some form of theft, and he passed away in an accident before he could find clarity in the situation. And so she finds out this information, and she goes to the colonel there that's on the base and asks for the records and tells him the name that she had learned. And when they look it up, it sure enough is this guy from this day and age. I believe he was African American. I could be wrong, but so they kind of pinned him as this thief, and he was like, I never did that, passed away, and they had wiped his slate clean. They had found that he did not do that, that wasn't him, and they had it all written in the books, in their records. And so she took that information back to that area, and through her process told him that it had been basically expunged, it never existed, and that she was so sorry that he had gone through this tragedy for all of these years since it had happened, and then the room was never destroyed again.
And this ties into the movie?
No, they haven't made a film on that one.
Okay.
That's just in her. The biography is called The Demonologist.
Isn't that a fucked up way to go? Like with some shit that you didn't do, or something put on your name or your family, and that is just. I mean, if there was one thing to keep you from going to the next thing, it'd be something like that, you know.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of her stories was her guiding these spirits. She calls it guiding them towards the light, which is a lot of like you always hear, go to the light, accept the light. Even when someone's dying, like they'll say they see a light, or they see a friend or a family member that had passed before them. But the other one, the one that I've encountered, it was we went to this place of business. I can't say where it was because like he allows us to talk about the experience, but he doesn't allow us to divulge the information because he doesn't want people to just show up and start investigating his place of business, you know?
Sure.
And so I was with Randy, and it was in this factory, basically. It was this big place. They would hear voices. They had stuff move. They would hear people say their own names. And he was like, it's starting to affect my grandkids. He's like, it's never bothered me, but it's affecting them. So let's see what this is. And all of a sudden I hear Randy screaming my name. So it's pitch black. He killed all the power to this place so we wouldn't get any false positives on any of our machines. So I'm running with a flashlight trying to find him because I thought he just fell or hurt himself. And I get over there. He's like, dude, you got to hear this. And I was like, what happened? And Randy has this really fancy recorder that they use for recording like guitars and stuff. That's like a $300 recorder. And he's like, I was over here and I was like, hey, like, is there anybody here with me? I'm not here to cause anyone any harm. And you hear this, like this loud, like old man pissed off grunt was what it sounded like. And he said he heard it like he heard it like right next to him, and it picked up just that loud on the recorder. And so like 30 minutes later, I'm trying to use my dowsing rods to ask questions and they won't work, which has never happened ever. And so all of a sudden the owner comes in and he's like, I just had the weirdest thing, like, because he just left us there. He was like, I'll come back in a few hours and turn everything back on. And he's like, I just had the weirdest feeling that I needed to come here right now. He's like, I don't know why, but I needed to be here. And Randy was like, hey, we just got this. And he had him listen to it. And he's like, oh, that almost sounds familiar. And he was like, okay, well, maybe. He's like, Ben, you try using the dowsing rods, like you hold them, and let's have him ask the questions. And I was like, oh, smart. Like I hadn't thought of that. And so sure enough, I tell him what we're going to do. And I go hold the rods and he starts asking questions and they start moving. And the first question he asked was like, Mom, is that you? I said, no. And then he said, Dad? And it crossed for yes. And he said, are you with Mom? And they crossed again. He said, like, are you aware of what I'm doing here? And it crossed again for yes. So what he does is he hires people that are having a hard time with like drug issues or people that just need to get back on their feet so that they can start over again. And it said yes. So he was aware that he was trying to help people and do his best. And at the end of this, he just wanted his son to know that he loved him, that he was proud of him, and that he appreciated him. And before we closed it up, like closed the session, we all got super warm, which is the opposite of what normally happens. Normally you're cold, and everyone was just burning on the inside, just like someone that you loved, that you hadn't seen in forever was holding you. And then it went away. And I looked at him and he was like, we got to stop. Like that was so emotional at that moment. He was like, we have to stop right here. And so we stopped the session and all of us, like there wasn't a dry eye in the house.
So almost like a virtual hug or something.
And they haven't had anything happen there since.
Wow. So it seems like in that case, a message wanted to be relayed and you guys enabled that and like that finalized that situation that had been going on. Wow.
They got closure.
Yeah, it was a definite closure for them.
Do you find that most of the situations that you have encountered or your associates or friends are evil or good, or are most of them like this story, or are some of them maybe something more nefarious going on?
Did he freeze?
I think he froze, or he didn't like my question. I'm not sure.
Oh, he froze. He froze.
Okay.
Maybe the ghosts don't want him to answer.
Maybe they don't want him to answer. We'll give him a couple seconds to think about my question. Man, this is a great episode, dude. I'm really enjoying it. Hopefully he'll be back soon.
It is. I don't like the way. I don't know about the way he's staring at Hialeah right now.
Oh man, we lost him, dude. Now I'm freaking out, dude.
That's why he left.
Yo, what's going
When
on?
you said
Here?
that, he left. He knew better
Yeah.
than to stare at Hialeah for too long.
I think we got Ben back here.
Yeah, that
Let's
happens.
see.
Good.
I don't know. He's not back yet.
No, maybe leave him backstage until he does come back.
Yeah, I'll leave him back there till he comes back on.
Yeah.
This has been an awesome episode, dude. I've been
Yeah.
enjoying it. I didn't know what to expect coming into it, but
Nah,
Ben's
dude,
cool.
I liked it. I liked it. Yeah, he's cool people, man.
yeah, Ben's a cool guy, dude. I think we got Ben back. Let's see if we can bring him back on. Ben, I thought you're freaking me out, dude. I asked a question. You froze on me. I was like, what happened to Ben? Well, you're
Yeah,
back.
I think my internet went away for a second.
It's all right.
The government.
Yeah, government doesn't want us talking about this stuff. Did you hear my question when I asked it before?
No, all I heard was and then it was gone.
Okay, so what I was asking you was, do you find you or your friends or your associates when you're dealing with these type of situations that most of them are maybe something like that story that you just told, or some of them are more like something, for lack of better words, evil, nefarious, or more of them are along the lines of the story you told us now?
I'd say most of them are along those lines, or it's someone that just wants their story to be known, which I've had happen at another home too.
You want to tell us another one?
Sure. Do you want me to show you a video clip of one?
Yeah, and dude, I know we're getting late over here. You know, if you got to go, just let me know, dude. It's no problem.
I can definitely show you a couple clips. I have to get to the right time on them. We'll see if hopefully it doesn't mess up my internet too much here.
Hialeah, how do you do that?
Do what?
Does he have some sort of option that says share screen or something like that?
Yeah, he should have it at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna find the right.
No, he doesn't have a shared screen. Oh yeah, he does. He does have the shared screen at the bottom. Yeah.
What were you gonna ask him, Hialeah?
What's the furthest you've traveled to one of these occurrences?
Roughly about 3 hours, and that was a rough one because I had to go to work the next day too.
I think we call it investigations in the biz, Hialeah. Do we call them investigations?
For him, it's an investigation, but it's an occurrence that's happening.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you a little rundown on this one before I show you the story.
And by the way, we really appreciate your time, and we really want to thank you for coming on and talking to us, man.
Yeah, it's been great. I love talking about this stuff. So this was another gal that was a friend of mine. They had these weird things happening in their home, and her name was Harmony. She's allowed me to share her story on here, but we got the spirit to tell us her name. So I built, if you've ever heard of Huff Paranormal, he created what's called the portal. He has different names for them. So he sells them for like $600-700. So using my own guitar theory, I put a couple pedals together similar to what he would use. Like it's basically a reverb and a noise pedal. So it cancels out all the static. And if you get a voice, it adds a reverb to it. So it's like a hello, low, low, low. So you can actually hear what they're saying instead of just like and trying to pick up a name in it.
Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think this is the guy I was talking about earlier, the app, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think it is called the portal because he made it into an app as well. because he got tired of building the ones that he was making.
I think that's the guy because I just Googled him and I looked at the picture and he looks familiar. A guy with like a shaved head.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, I think that's the guy.
Okay, so I'll try doing this. And so what I'm going to show you is just the audio from it. I have it on video too, but my camera was not strong enough to pick up the words. So this came through on my digital recorder, but it's going through my homemade portal.
Okay.
So let me know if you can see my screen. Okay. Can you guys see the screen yet?
No, I don't see anything yet.
It's not letting me click the share button.
You gotta click on the actual window.
Oh, oh, there we go. Okay.
Now I see your screen, and now I'm gonna add.
Okay. So let's see if. Okay. So let me know if this freezes up at any point. So you'll hear each word. You'll hear each word 3 times, just so you can pick it up. So each time it'll be a little bit louder, and it'll be for about a minute. But again, her name was Harmony.
We were down here talking to you a few minutes ago. I went to go get some other things. Are you still here with us? We were down here talking to you a few minutes ago. I went to go get some other things. Are you still here with us? We were down here talking to you a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead to the next one.
That's very well.
So were you guys able to hear those?
Yeah, the first one was faint, but the others were more audible. Definitely.
So
I heard the
had
harmony a lot better than the
The
other.
harmony I heard better.
So I had her down with me at first, and she was like, I don't know why, but I feel like my dad's here. Her real dad, died in a car wreck before she was born. And so we were down there. She was like, I don't know why, but I've always felt like my dad's presence here, which might sound weird because I never met my birth dad, and her stepdad treated her just like he was her own anyways. But so the first 3 things that came up after she went back upstairs was Harmony, I'm ready, and you called. But I was trying to see if I have it's one of my other ones here.
Was there like a resolution to this one, like something that needed to be said between them, or something that needed to be communicated to kind of resolve whatever was?
So we still think there's something in her house. She wants us to go back again. We're just, with COVID and things, we always have to wait and schedule when things are available and when they're comfortable with you coming into their home, because we still follow all of those guidelines. But her dogs won't go downstairs. They'll just stay at the top of the stairs and they won't go down. And it's not that they can't go down, they just won't. They've had some other things happen there too, but I wanted to show you some other voices. So yeah. I was telling you earlier that we were the original state capital of Utah before they changed it. One of the it's now a museum, but the original state capitol building is here in the center of town. And I'm actually working on getting permission to do a documentary on that entire block, because each building on that block has activity.
Wow.
And I used to work in one of them, and they bulldozed it like 5 years ago, which kind of pissed me off. But
I hate when they do that, man.
So I'm trying to get into all the other buildings before something like that happens to them too.
Hey, Ben, a town of how many is it that you live in? What's like the population of your town?
My town has like 2,100 people.
Oh my God, it's a small
Dude, that's
town.
small,
Have the
bro.
largest. So our county is the largest landmass with the least amount of people. So we have the largest amount of land and only 10,000 people in our entire county.
So are you like, you go pump gas and, hey, there's Billy. What's up, Billy? And, hey, there's Ben. And like,
Yeah.
Is it weird
Yeah.
when you're like, who's that guy? I don't know that guy.
What was your graduating class?
Yeah, and that's
total?
do you want to guess or do you want me to tell you?
Let's
Wait.
guess. Let's guess. I'll go first. I'm gonna throw out 150. That's probably way too high. Tank, you want to take a stab?
Yeah, let's go 83.
Okay.
I'll go 40. I'll go 40.
40? Okay, it was 62. It would have been 67, but 5 were in jail.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
Dude, that's like a classroom over here almost, basically.
Yeah, it's our entire grade was smaller than a college classroom.
Hey, so going to California for you must have been like a shock, right? Culture shock.
Like I lived in northern and southern Utah for a while too, but that's like maybe 20,000 to like 2 million when you go to California.
Wow. I think I live in a community, and I think we have more than 2,000 people in our little community. And it's a small community. There's at least 2,000 people here.
Do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy that close? I imagine it's a close-knit community.
I do. That's actually why I came back. Like I came back to have my career here because I knew everyone, which makes my job a lot easier. Mm-hmm. So I guess I don't know if I've told you guys. So I'm a deputy sheriff.
I was going to ask you what you do when you're not out doing this. Yeah.
Yeah. I work in the jail currently is my current job, I guess, title. Oh. But I know everyone that comes in. Like it's just, hey, like I know once you hate me right now, but in 3 hours when this alcohol wears off, I'm going to be your friend again.
It almost sounds like a little Mayberry-ish.
Yeah. Very like, what's that show? Oh, damn it.
Oh. The one I'm talking about, Andy Griffith?
Yeah, Andy Griffith. I couldn't think of the name.
Andy Griffith.
I want to go and raise hell in your town one day, and then I'll spend the night in jail, and then get let out.
I'll be the one booking you in, so we'll hang out.
That sounds like fun, dude.
But yeah, so it's like when you actually have a rapport and a friendship with some of the people that you're already bringing in because you've known them your entire life, it's a lot easier because they'll listen to you and they won't listen to the person that they don't know, especially when they're drunk or high or being stupid.
Yeah, totally. They're going to feel more safe, actually. Probably more comfortable.
Yeah.
Ben, these investigations, how long do they last?
Depends. I have my last one was a 2-day one, not like 24 hours,
right?
But like
2 nights,
4 hours each time, and we're planning like an all-nighter, and that's the one that had the little girl that said "Mama," like girl scary. We're still working on that one. We haven't closed that one by any means.
Hey, let me ask you a question about I know you said it's a small town, everybody kind of knows everybody. Do people give you shit about this?
Yeah.
A lot?
I wouldn't say necessarily shit, but you also have to add in the religious aspect. A lot of people don't understand this. So it's like, oh, y'all inviting demons into my house. You're not coming to my house. But
Is everybody Mormon? Almost everybody, or
we're actually, I would say, more like 60% Catholic, 40% Mormon in
Okay.
our community.
okay?
Like most of my friends are even going through school. We're all Hispanic, so like most of my friends are Catholic or Baptist. I also have a lot of Mormon friends too,
And,
being that I am a Mormon.
and how does that belief tie into the religion? Is it against it, or is it? I don't. And I'll confess, I don't know a lot about the Mormon religion. You know.
I would say a lot of people just that don't understand, because especially like most of the people that I have helped in their home, and even that one really good experience that I told you about, like he was
Right.
Mormon, and when they have that kind of an experience, because they're thinking, oh, it's all bad. So now I have them as my, like, they go tell people like, oh, you're having this problem, like you should go talk to Ben or Randy or Stephanie or like someone that you're comfortable with, and they can talk you through this. So they've learned that it's not like, we're not there as a ploy. We're not there for Hollywood. We're not trying to get the next documentary that's going to get me on the big screen. You know, we're just there to help them. And once they understand that, it's a whole different experience.
Especially if you're not charging them too, because then you know that leads, you know, like they're gonna tell me, you know, once money's involved, you're more likely to say they're just here to get some money off me. They're just here to profit off this situation, and it's a real problem I'm having, you know. So yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
There's actually one event that, and we want to do it for charity, that we've been trying to set up, but there's a prison that is closed down in a county. It's like 19,000 square feet. And so all the people that work there lost their jobs. So we wanted to go do a setup with the city, an investigation there, and just charge people to come in to be with us, and then give that money to the city so they could help with the families and stuff that are in need right now. Because especially during COVID, I mean, they've lost so much already, and now they've lost their job.
Yeah, it's terrible what's going on with that, man. I hope we can move past that soon and get people back to work and back to some semblance of regular life, man. It's been insane. Have you known a lot of people that have gotten sick or
Like my everyone on my, like my mom, my sister, they both got it. My 80-year-old grandma got it. My other,
and she got past it?
Yeah, even
wow.
my
God bless her.
yeah, my wife's grandma, her great grandma was like 94, and like she overcame cancer and COVID in the same year.
Wow.
Like it's
holy shit, dude.
So like it's been there, but I guess I haven't suffered like a tragedy from it, but I do know people that have.
Wow, man.
Ben, how did you get associated with Randy and with Stephanie?
I actually work with both of them.
Oh, wow.
So Stephanie does what I do, and Randy's a nurse in the jail.
Okay.
And that's what was funny, because like when Randy started working there, he'd be talking to people and they'd be like, "Oh, you're like Ben. You should go talk to him," because he would be like, "Whoa, there's all these weird things and ghosts and UFOs, and like, let's talk about this." And they'd be like, "I don't talk about that. Go talk to him." And that was how we got together. And then he helped me. Like, we put the shirts together. We formed like the professional, I guess, look you could say of our team, and have gone from there.
Hey, I want to trade. I'm gonna send you one of these, and you send me one of those. All right?
I'd love that.
All right, cool. That'd be awesome.
I'm always game for that.
Yeah, cool. But you know, those things, like Hailey asked, you know, how you got with those Randy and Stephanie. People tend to find each other, right? Like, you know,
definitely.
You know, Hailey, dude, you're all in balls deep in the comic book community. Like, you know, comic book people just kind of tend to grab, it like YouTube people, tend to gravitate, I mean, maybe me and you, Hialeah, are not hanging out as much if it's not for that common thread that we're both doing stuff on YouTube, I mean, I've known you for many, many, many years, 30 years, but, we probably wouldn't have reconnected if not for, Milton at least told me, oh, hey, look, you can go play make-believe with Raul. He's doing the same thing. And I was like, all right, That's it. That's an exact quote.
That's an exact quote?
Yeah, you can go play make-believe with Raul, she said. And then, here we are. So people always tend to find each other. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely.
With common...
Shared interest.
Exactly.
Ben, where are you with, getting a little off topic, conspiracies and things like that?
Oh, they get dangerous because I dive right in.
Are you a believer, or you just like to indulge yourself in them?
I find them interesting, just as far as reading them. Like most of them, like you're reading them and you're like, this is bullshit. I know that, you know that, but they still kind of pull you in,
Can I quiz you for a second?
Oh dear. Okay.
On some conspiracies? Because this is one of my favorite subjects.
He's going to ask you the percent questions.
Yeah, and we'll do it by percentage.
I need a drink first.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, man. Okay, I think I'm ready now.
I'll ask you, and the higher the percentage, the more you believe in it. Okay? If you don't believe in it, it's going to be like my friend over here. He's going to say 0. If you believe all the way, it's 100%.
You want to ask all of us so Ben knows where he stands with us?
I'm going to let him go first so he's not influenced by everybody's answers.
Okay.
And there is no There's no
wrong or right answer.
There's no wrong or right answer. This is your personal belief. I can't. Even though I tried to explain to Hialeah that it cannot possibly be 0, it's his answer. So whatever. So, all right, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, I'll go with the old school first, and one of my favorites, JFK. So I guess you have to kind of you have to frame that question a little bit because there's a lot of shit going on with that. So I always kind of frame it like, JFK, do you believe? Maybe this one's hard to put in a percentage. Do you believe it was just Lee Harvey Oswald rogue on his own? Or how much do you believe there was other forces, people, influences involved in JFK's assassination?
Oh, I don't want to hear your guys' numbers after this. 59%.
59% not Oswald, or 59% Oswald?
More influences than Oswald.
Okay, and let's just do it counterclockwise. Hialeah, you're like right next to him. You can go next.
80% that there was more to it than Oswald.
And
that's the only one. Yeah,
that's his favorite and the highest number he's gonna give.
Yeah, 80%, probably even higher. But I'm gonna stick with 80%.
See, I wanted to say higher, but I didn't want to go too high.
No, there's don't. We're not. Nobody's gonna mock. This is safe area. Nobody's.
Yeah, dude, we've been talking about ghosts this whole time. There's no shame in the game.
For me, it's 80% that he was not the lone shooter.
Okay, that's an easier way. You put it way better than I explained it, I think. Tank, where are you at with this?
When we talked about it last, I didn't know the magic bullet theory because I'm not really too into it, but I didn't know about that shit. And bro, after that, it's like 90% there was another shooter. There's no way that happened.
Of course.
I used to think it was like, dude, it was just one guy, bro.
It don't make it. It doesn't. No. Yeah, bro. I'm 90% too. Let's bring it up another 10.
I'm 95%, dude.
JFK is 90.
Yeah, exactly.
JFK is 90. There you go.
Shout out to Chad, bro.
Shout out to Chad. He's another guy that comes on the podcast with us sometimes. Even there was a ballistics test that heard another shooter at one time, and it doesn't add up. That shot's too hard to hit for one guy. The magic bullet theory is just some bullshit in my professional or unprofessional opinion. I'm almost convinced on that one.
Dude, for him to hit, what was it, 3 shots, and for all of them to hit or whatever or more. Okay, move on.
Okay.
I guess where we stand.
All right, wait. Give it back to Ben. He's
You
taking-
want to adjust? You want to
Yeah.
adjust, or you're good?
Yeah, like 94.
There's no wrong answer.
That was my first number, anyways.
Dude, just say your number, man. Don't worry about
Okay,
it.
okay, I will.
Don't hold back. All right.
Go back, man.
Now this next one may be more touchy, but it is one that we end up talking about a lot. And if you don't feel comfortable, we don't have to talk about it. 9/11 was an inside job.
Oh, that one is a hard one.
Yeah, I know. Will you at least do you at least have some doubts about it, or you're all in on the like official story?
I don't know. It's like I was, we're all old enough. Like I was in 7th grade, and I woke up to my mother crying, watching the TV. You know, I'll never forget that day. And so to think that it was something different is painful. And that's why I don't even know. Just because of how painful that thought is.
I feel you. Absolutely. For me, there's just so many weird things around it too that I think about them often. Hylia, you want to give an answer?
10%.
You think there's a 10% chance that something else was going on?
Very small chance.
Tank?
Dude, fun fact, I came to the U.S. September 30, 01.
I'm surprised they fucking let you in, dude.
I didn't have the beard back
Yeah,
then.
I was gonna say, look at that fucking beard, dude.
Oh man.
Dude, for me, 80% it was an inside.
Wow.
Wow.
This is a whole other episode if you wanted to get into it, but there's a lot of other stuff, dude.
Oh yeah.
Around it and the Bushes, the Bin Ladens,
Cheney.
yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit flying around it. I'm 50-50. Some shit happened, maybe higher. I don't know. Aliens. That's an easier one, probably, Ben, for you to jump into.
Mm-hmm.
What would you give that one? Don't hold back. Don't hold back on me.
96.
96%. Sure. All right. Let me frame the question a little bit better. This is a better question. Better question here. What % chance would you give that there has been alien contact on our planet ever?
Like with anyone specific, like the government, or just contact?
Yeah, they've been here, or let's just say they've been here.
Yeah, I'll keep like 94%.
Very high. Okay. Hialeah?
I believe 100% that there is life in the universe and 0% that it's real.
0?
0.
I think
That's just what I believe. I might be wrong, but that's what I believe. I'm not arguing.
But listen, if you say 0,
It's facts.
that's almost like that's like me saying there's no unicorns. They could not possibly exist.
Even then, you know?
But that's not what I said. I said there's 100%. I believe 100% there is life in the universe, but there's 0% that it's been here. That's my stand.
Last time you were giving me a 0.5%.
I changed my. I'm entitled to change my mind. I'm 100% able to change my mind.
Okay. Tank.
That they've made contact here.
That they've been here. That was the question. That they've been here. Whether we know about it or not, you know? Let's say everybody who ever said that they saw one, it was bullshit. But there could be times where they've been here and we haven't seen them.
But that's okay. Wait, can I clear something up real quick? I'm not saying that either. I'm not calling any bullshit on anybody. If everybody's entitled and everybody's had different different experiences. I have not.
Oh, you just
So we're from what I stand. That's my belief.
You just did the thing where a girl breaks up with you and says, it's you, not me, or it's me, not you, something like that. That's kind of what you just did.
But I just want to clear it out because I'm not here to, poke holes in anybody. I'm not here to debate. I'm just letting you know what I believe. Everybody's experiences are different.
We got you, dude.
All right, bro. The fucking Earth is big. 50-50 for me.
I am in.
I've only been in Argentina for 5 years and in fucking Florida for 2019.
What does that have to do with it?
Yeah, exactly. What point are you trying to make there, Tank?
There's fucking millions of countries.
So there could be there could be other shit in other countries. Is that what
Yeah, that we don't fucking see. We don't know of.
Well, there's certainly hot spots for this type of activity. There's certainly out more out in Ben's area, like that part of the country, New Mexico and places like that. There's certainly more activity, if you will. I'm like a 90%er, dude, at least on this.
Dude, when were cameras invented? We don't know what happened the times before that.
60s, 1850, right.
We don't have any hard evidence that shit happened or not before.
No,
cameras.
we have written word. I mean, Christopher Columbus had UFO experiences that are documented. Again, a UFO is not proof of a
alien, right?
Right. It's just, but fuck Christopher Columbus time. There's no helicopters. There's no fucking airplanes. So who knows? I'm a 90%er on that one. What's the other big conspiracies?
Well, ghosts. We gotta say ghost, right? Not conspiracy. Not so much conspiracy, but
of the same, or the same family, so to speak. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna answer for Ben. I'm pretty sure he's almost close to 100% if he does what he's doing.
Yep.
Would you say 100 or 99?
Yeah. What is that?
0.5.
75666.
No, I'm definitely at 100 on that one.
He's convinced. He would not be doing what he's doing.
Of course.
If not, I would say. Hialeah. Give it a number.
I gotta say that I would want to believe this one wholeheartedly, but it's at 0.
0? Ultimate skeptic here. I apologize for him.
I would love.
Okay.
I would love. No, I'm not trying to offend. I'm just like I said.
Obviously,
I haven't had that experience. I haven't had that experience.
But there's probably a lot of things that you haven't had an experience that you still believe. Is there not?
Maybe.
No, 100%. There's probably
I'm
things.
not saying I've experienced everything.
JFK.
But that's not an experience. I wasn't.
You didn't experience that.
So I might have to bounce, guys. I have to go help with my little girl. She's not doing super hot tonight.
Hey, dude, thank you so much, man, for joining us, man. I really appreciate it. And Maybe another day you can come on with us and we can talk some more, man. I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you so much
Yeah.
for coming on, man. This was awesome hanging out with you.
It was.
Yeah,
it
I'd
was.
love to
you
do
for
it again
sharing.
anytime. And
Thank
let me
you.
know on that shirt, man.
Yeah. We'll be in touch, man, for sure, man.
Okay.
All right, man. Thanks, man. Appreciate
Yeah.
it, man.
And
Be
you
good.
guys have a good night.
All right, man.
Take care, man.
See, I think you killed him with the 0%, dude.
Yeah, bro, that's what it was.
You could have gave us a 5%, dude.
At least.
At least, bro. 5%, you know, you're still in there.
It's incredible. I'm always the bad guy, bro.
You're the bad guy.
Why am I always the bad guy?
Say hello to the bad guy.
I wasn't.
They need a bad guy like me so they can point their fingers.
I think it's great what he's doing, dude. I think it's. I think it's awesome. He was a great guest. I had a great time. Super nice guy.
One of my best favorite guests, probably.
The guy was great. He shared, man. I loved it.
No offense to my other guests.
No. I asked him about the conspiracies so we could see if like he would want to come back and shit, you know, because he's cool people, bro.
Yeah, he was good people.
Yeah, well, I didn't even know that he was into UFOs or that was part of what he did. I learned that on the show.
Nice.
Yeah, which was super cool. 0% is so offensive, dude. It's so offensive. It's.
So, dude, everybody talks about, please be brutally honest. You know, tell me. So what do you want me to say? That
5%, 5%, bro.
1%.
1%.
But I don't. But that's not my belief. But that's not my belief.
If I ask you, hey, dude, what do you think of my shirt, dude?
0%.
0% is like, fuck, that shit sucks, dude. You're at least gonna be like, that's pretty cool, dude.
But I really like it. I like your shirt.
I don't even fucking like it, bro. Shit's garbage.
I like that shirt.
If you didn't,
Why
you would
bother?
be like,
Moof.
hey,
let's take a moment to appreciate that Ben had to go take care of his daughter.
Hell
Shout
yeah.
out to all the girl dads, bro.
I hope she's good. I hope she's good too. And
Girl
it's like
dads.
it's not like this. This is like the.
This is the devil. This is the devil
Like
right here.
this.
It's
like
like
this.
this.
I had more questions for him. Well, hopefully, another day we can bring him on. Man of Action Figures, sponsor of the show. We just got these little bear bricks in, Ghostbusters.
Dude, those bear bricks are so amazing.
They're so cute.
They're so cute. Hey, let me ask you a question. I've been staring at that freaking Stay Puft all night. What is that?
It's a Stay Puft.
It's a Stay Puft.
Is that a model? Is it a plush?
It's a bank. It's a piggy bank.
Yep.
Wow, that's nice, dude. How big? That's what, like 2 feet tall, right? 24 inches?
24 inches, bro. You got it.
Ooh, reaction.
Mars Attacks. Good movie. Never seen it.
I never seen it, dude.
I've seen it.
Should I
Very campy.
Should I watch it?
It's very campy. I think you might like it.
Oh,
That's another bear brick slimer.
Yeah.
Slimer, 100%.
That's a bear brick.
Hey, Brandy, real quick question. Leave the bear brick up. It says 400 and 100. That means there's two of them in there?
Yes.
No. Yes, 100 is this size.
Okay.
If this has a 400 and a 100, it means it's got the 400%, which is 12 inches, and the 100%, which is like this size.
Gotcha.
Randy, what is the percentage on, like, what is it based off of?
Well, just that, like, this is the regular bear brick. So this is the original bear brick. So, you know that
2 inches?
Yeah. So that's 100%. So
So the other one is 300% bigger.
400%.
Right, so it's 300% bigger.
No, it's 400% bigger.
It's 300. If that one's 100 and the other one's 400, the other
Oh
one's
my
300.
god.
I don't want to get into math right
The
now.
other one is 300% bigger. It's not going to be 400% bigger, or else the other one's zero.
Well, then there's 1,000% too, which is like 3 feet tall.
So that's 600% bigger than the 400%.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but
That's the way it makes sense.
here's Nosferatu.
That's the Nosferatu reaction?
That's
Yeah.
the one from SpongeBob that he's turning off the light and on.
No, dude, that's freaking from the movie. Hey, hold that one. I
Nosferatu.
might want to get that one.
No, dude.
I'm
You're
up-
highly a comic, bro, not highly a reaction, bro.
manofactionfigures.com.
11. They're still doing Stranger Things?
Yeah, well, there's a new season coming out in April of next year.
Dude,
Hey, but I am a Nosferatu fan.
I stopped at season 1, bro.
I'm at 0% on Nosferatu.
Yep, I don't even know what he does for a living.
I'm a Nosferatu fan.
The Ecto 1, bro.
Ghostbusters are real.
Never seen it.
We just talked to one, dude.
Is he a buster though?
He's probably more like a ghost communicator, but whatever.
See, that's a movie I've never seen.
You've
Never
never
seen
seen this movie?
I've never
No.
seen it.
No,
Hialeah, you've never seen Army of Darkness or
no.
Oh,
Ash
my-
versus Evil Dead.
I've never seen Ash versus Evil Dead, the TV show. But dude, Army of Darkness is one of the best. It's kind of funny.
But it's not your top 10, bro.
I don't know about top 10, but it's worth a watch, dude.
Yeah, it can't be. It's what's the guy's name?
Why does he keep saying campy?
I don't know. That's like his catchphrase today.
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campy.
Oh my God, that's what's his name?
Oh my god, bro. Dude, get this guy at the show.
Fred.
Fred, dude. Fred.
Shaggy.
That's not Shaggy. That's Fred. She's my favorite. I freaking love Dharma.
I'm gonna send you guys a picture later of Velma, not Dharma.
I'm glad you like Dharma, but this is Velma.
I love Dharma.
Nobody can see what you're showing on the screen, Hialeah, okay? Just so you know. What's cool about these guys, you can get them at manofactionfigures.com, and it's a build-a-figure set. You get each of these brings a piece to build Scooby.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Yeah.
And are those kind of like the retros? They bring like hair and like the cloth clothes.
These are actually living dead dolls.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Mezco
Yeah.
living dead dolls.
Those are brand new. They just came in.
Yes, and who would you think is more likely to bang, Velma or Daphne?
Daphne.
Velma.
Velma for sure, dude. Daphne's a prude, dude.
Yep. Plays
Velma-
hard to get.
I'm a Velma. Yeah, you know what? Velma's probably one of the
Freaky.
Remember Band Camp?
Yes, that's
Yes.
it, dude. Velma will get you in the fucking back of the van, dude.
With the trumpet.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's a weird looking Shaggy, dude.
No, you know why, dude? He's high as fuck.
He's high, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Scooby's next. What else? I think I have one more. Dude, that cold front was a fucking lie, dude. There's no cold front. I mean,
That's from Central Florida and up, I think. Not south, bro.
Central Florida Paranormal, dude.
Central Florida.
Hey, shout out to Ben, dude. Fucking
Dude.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming on, guys. Thanks
Good
for coming
fucking
on. Man.
show, bro.
I'm gonna ask him to come back on one day, maybe around Halloween time or something. We'll bring him on because I'm sure that guy has more stories to tell, dude.
Halloween has to be like his busiest night, though, right?
Yeah, that's when I last contacted him, and they were busy, I think, or it was short notice. He did mention, I work overnight. I didn't know it was at the jail, which is kind of like another interesting part to him, right? Like that.
Yeah.
He works out of jail in like a little town, All right, we got it, dude. That's Nosferatu. Is that a pop?
Yes, it is.
Do you have the box?
Yeah, why?
That's probably worth a lot of money, dude.
Yeah, this guy goes for good money.
How much?
I don't know. Last time
Well, with the way you're touching him right now,
I think it's like 75, 80 to $100, somewhere
I'll give
around
you
there.
20, bro. The way
It's
you're
been out of the
handling,
box. Yeah.
he's
the way you're
handling
treating
him.
it.
Dude, he's perfect,
I,
bro.
th-
Shut the f-
I think I see a little scuff right there.
Shut up. I gotta put him back. Where's it go? Oh, there he goes.
I could get one right now, mint and double boxed on eBay for $74.
I just told you that.
Well, he's telling you with facts, 100%.
I'm giving you 100% facts, dude. I'm not just guessing.
I just told you $75. That's what I just said.
Yeah,
Or
but you didn't have facts.
or insulting guests. Okay?
Yeah, my boy Ben.
When Ben comes back, you're not gonna be here.
His what's it called when it's an anagram? No,
Oh, look at you. You have Velma, dude.
I'm
What
a
is it?
fucking Velma dude. I love Velma. I'm a Velma fan.
anagram. What are they called when you put the letters? Like MOF?
Acronym?
Okay, yeah.
Acronym.
His acronym is CUP.
Yeah, I know. That was funny.
I noticed it like mid show.
Mm-hmm.
I love Velma.
For a guy that loves all that stuff, it's sad you're a 0%er.
Yeah, but he said he would bang Daphne, not Velma, so I don't think he loves the bone.
I'll bang Velma. You're right. I don't got Daphne. I got Velma, so I'm a Velma guy.
%, huh?
Look at this. Look at this figure that I got.
Dude, I'm hated for my non-beliefs. Oh, that's from what's that from?
Babies Are Us.
What is that?
I don't know. It's my daughter's. Guys, I won. I don't know if I should count it, but I'm gonna count it. She's going, dad. Yeah.
I hate to tell you, that's usually their first word, though.
Oh yeah. Well, I fucking won anyways. All right.
Take it.
100%. I fucking won.
There's
Take it.
there's like something that makes it easier for them to say that. I don't remember what it is.
They
That's
love
probably-
me more. That's what it is. She loves me more.
That's probably where the word dada.
Yo,
Dad.
give me 200 on the Heat tomorrow. All right.
Who are they playing?
I don't know, but the goat looks like a bookie right now.
I gave you 5 points on the Heat tomorrow. Listen, go by this, dude.
Redemption.
This is the weeded version.
We have to try it first.
Weeded.
Oh, wheated. Okay.
What did you think it was? Weighted?
Weeded.
He's been saying it all freaking night when he's talked about it, saying weeded.
No, I thought it was weeded.
Weeded.
Yeah,
Weeded?
like as in I'm gonna pull out weeds out of my garden.
Oh. Why would you think that? You thought it was like CBD whiskey?
No, bro. Grow up, all right?
Infused whiskey? But he didn't say hemp infused.
Grow up. We don't do that around here, all right?
Yeah, bro. Come on, dude. How old are you, bro?
Weeded.
0% we thought about that.
You're fucking 60 years old, dude. Come on, dude. Get with the program. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry Ben had to go, dude. I had so many other questions,
He
dude.
could have kicked me out and he could have stayed.
You think we could
Fuck.
do a part 2?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm gonna ask him tomorrow, dude. I apologize for my friend Hialeah, and we won't have him back.
Anything offensive. I
Huh?
was not saying anything. I was just.
I mean,
Look, you
there's,
know what? I don't have to defend myself. Ben's good people. He understands what I'm coming from.
of course he is, but there's nothing more offensive than like
0%.
I hate Tom Brady. Oh, Tom Brady's the best ever, dude. Can I make a confession?
Yes.
And I don't want to talk about Tom Brady.
Oh my god, he brought him into a ghost show.
God.
This may have to do with
talking about Tom Brady, man. But you know me, Tom Brady.
That show?
what is that voice, first of all? Have I ever used that voice?
We got a comment right there coming in at the end. Hialeah zeroed him. Facts.
Listen, this is the last time I'm going to talk about Tom Brady on the show.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Dude, you got the biggest bromance with Tom Brady. You can't stand yourself.
There might be something wrong with me. I'm ready to admit this. But I don't want to talk about this guy for at least
one episode.
At least until April. I don't want to talk about this guy. Don't even mention him to me. But I have a confession to make.
He's the GOAT.
No.
Okay.
I had a fucking nightmare with Tom Brady in it.
He was
You
in
guys
the
want to hear about it?
He's playing for the Dolphins.
You guys want to hear about it?
And we went 0-18.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hell yeah. We want to hear it.
It's impossible to go 0-18 because that means you would have had to make the playoffs and then lose 2 times in the playoffs. It's not possible, okay?
Well, it could have been in concurrent seasons. Like Tampa Bay started out 0-36.
That's what I was talking about.
Don't try to help him, dude. Don't try to help him. It's
That's what I was
impossible.
saying, but all right.
No, it's impossible. You can't
0%.
It was 0-30 something. I might have the 36 in from.
I wrote down, they went, the Browns also went like 0 for a shitload at one time. We talked about this before. Look at this comment, dude. You zeroed out our guest, dude.
Who is that? Do you know him?
That's probably John, dude. That's the bum.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah. So, you guys want to hear about my nightmare?
Sure.
Bring on the bum, though.
He's welcome anytime. I don't know if he's still up or wants to come on, you know. If he does, he'll let me know. If you're still with us, John, and you want to come on, let us know. Let me tell you about my Tom Brady dream / nightmare. So, this was just last night. And I don't want to talk about this guy anymore after this.
Just finish the goddamn story. Tell us about the dream.
Obviously, the fact that I had a nightmare about him leads me to believe is unhealthy.
Maybe you had a wet dream and you just don't want to tell us.
Maybe he has a crush on him.
You had a wet dream of Tom Brady.
No.
A dry dream.
You woke up and you were humping your pillow.
Shut the fuck up.
Let him tell the story, dude.
Let me tell my story, okay? Don't fucking 0% my story over here, dude. You and your fucking 0%, dude. It's so offensive, dude, okay? Here's my story. I'm gonna put you in the back room for now because I don't want you here while I tell my story.
The back room.
He's in the back room. He's in timeout. So, last night, I have this dream. Somehow, I'll let you back on, okay? If you promise to be quiet. All right. I'm a football player in this dream myself. I'm playing defense. Don't ask me what position I'm playing. I'm on the Dolphins for whatever reason, okay? Tom Brady, I don't know the details of the play, if he ran the ball on a quarterback sneak or whatever happened, but the ball gets placed here, right after the play, like the ball ends up here, and he grabs it and he puts it like further where it would be a first down, right?
He cheats.
Yes, and I grab the ball and I move it. I move it back to where it should have been. Maybe a little bit further back than where it really should have been, but like I put it back closer to where it should have been. He grabs it again and like moves it further so it's a first down, right? I again grab the ball and move it back. Right. And then he grabs the ball and he like emphatically puts it across the first down. And dude, I grabbed the ball and I like spike it, like I spiked the ball back behind the first thing. And dude, he runs. And you ever watch wrestling when they, Randy Orton's move? It's like a spear.
Yeah.
Okay, he like does one of those to me, and like he doesn't really get me. I like stumble back, but I don't fall. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker. I run and I fucking spear him, but I pick him up and I fucking slam him down. And as that's happening, like everybody comes in, and then like some dude lands on a parachute, and like all hell breaks loose on the field. That's
Like
my
a brawl.
Yeah.
Okay. My analysis of this is that you were dreaming, and the dream was going on pretty much until the point where when he tried to spear you and you moved out and then you got him, that's when your consciousness kind of took over and you were projecting and you were the director of your dream. Because that's the part that, it's like, oh yeah, he missed me, but I got him and I slammed his.
No, he didn't miss me. Like he got me, but like
Exactly. You that's where you became the director. If it would have just been your dream, your ass would have got pile drived.
I'm pretty sure I could fucking tackle Tom Brady, dude.
You know where I lost it? When he said that Tom Brady ran the ball.
Well, he does a lot of quarterback sneaks.
He does. He's really good at the sneaks.
Like not lately, but like that was always like his patented move, like for 1 yard, like not like fucking Russell Wilson type running, like a quarterback sneak. He's pretty good at that.
Probably the greatest ever at that, as far as quarterback.
I don't
Who
know.
was put ahead of him?
0%.
He doesn't want to give him any greatest anything.
Aaron
Greatest
Rodgers.
cheater.
Aaron
Greatest
Rodgers.
cheater of all time.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, yeah, where he didn't even run when he had the perfect opportunity this year, and you're going to put Aaron Rodgers ahead of him?
Well, he was in on the fix.
Oh, it's a fix now.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
That's a conspiracy. Tom Brady cheating.
Is it a conspiracy?
I thought we were done with cheating with this Tom Brady. That was an amazing dream. That was. Did you wake up like in a cold sweat?
I woke up pissed off that I was thinking about that guy and not dreaming about
Gal Gadot.
About his wife.
Honestly, I was gonna say the chick that plays Wanda in WandaVision.
Elizabeth Olsen?
Do you think she's hot?
No.
I've been seeing a lot of memes about that show lately.
Isn't there
got good?
Isn't there something about her though?
No, there's nothing about
Nothing.
her. Nothing.
You find her repulsive?
What's her name? What's her name?
The thing about her
She's
is
one of the Olsen twins.
no, she's not one of the Olsen twins. She's the younger sister.
She's not one of the Olsen twins?
No, man.
I'm sorry.
What's her name?
Elizabeth Olsen. She's 32. The Olsen twins are like 34, 35. They're a couple of years apart.
Okay.
And I think they're like half siblings.
Is she the hottest Olsen?
I think so. I think she is.
Hell no.
Yet you find her repulsive.
I didn't say she was repulsive. She's just not my type. I don't think she's ugly. She's just not my type.
There's something about her that's kind of cool.
She's just not my type.
Cool does not mean hot.
Did you watch the show today?
No.
Excellent.
I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
Excellent. The show's really good.
I would have married Kate and Ashley.
It's gotten better.
It's gotten way better after the first 2 episodes. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that tomorrow. So that was a legit dream, dude, and it's I don't ever want to think about that guy.
What guy?
Tom Brady.
Why did you say his name, bro? I was giving you
I wasn't thinking about him.
I wasn't thinking about him either. Why do you got to name him?
You asked me.
But obviously, I knew who you were talking about. You were just talking about him.
Mr.
You didn't want to think about him.
0%.
I was giving you an out, and you still said his name.
So offensive. Oh, dude, that was my favorite guest. I'll be honest. And I've had some great guests.
Ben was great.
I'll preface it by saying that.
And he's into the music as well. I like it.
He's like a multifaceted dude. He's
Dude.
not,
Very well rounded.
yeah.
Deputy sheriff, lead guitarist,
Hey, I got a fun
ghost
fact.
hunter.
I got a fun fact. I was watching Forrest Gump yesterday.
Favorite movie of all time, mine. Number 1. No
Number
movie beats
one?
it. No movie beats it.
No movie beats Forrest Gump, really.
Really.
Jenny, I may not be a smart man, but I do know what love is.
Dude, that was horrible, Randy.
It was.
Janet? Janet?
That wasn't better though.
No,
Yeah.
dude. No. You got to do Jenny.
Anyway, you want to hear my fun fact?
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dan, you've got legs.
That's horrible, Randy.
Go ahead.
You remember he plays for Alabama
Yes, and Bear Bryant.
and Bear Bryant. Do you know who plays Bear Bryant in that movie?
I do not.
Do you remember the Dukes of Hazzard?
Yes.
Remember the not Roscoe P. Coltrane, but do you remember Enos?
Of course.
That's Bear Bryant in Forrest Gump.
Well, the original Dukes, right? Because
Yeah,
Enos
the original.
is Barva from Super Trooper.
Not the movie.
So, the TV show,
Oh, sorry.
the original. Bo and Luke Duke, Daisy Duke, Enos, Boss Hogg, Uncle Jesse, and
Boss Hogg.
Roscoe
Rest in peace, Boss Hogg.
P. Coltrane.
How about Cooter?
Cooter. Like
How about-
Cooter.
How about Flash?
Which one was Flash?
The dog.
Flash the dog. Yeah, I love Flash the dog, dude.
He was always sleeping.
What
I
about
love-
Jessica Simpson?
I love Venus. I'll
Jesus.
take
Johnny Knoxville.
Do you think I drank a lot of that bottle or no?
No.
you took a nice little hit.
Yeah, it took some damage, dude.
I can't wait to get my Jim Beam vanilla tomorrow.
You're gonna be flicking your beam?
You're killing me with that, dude.
It's what I like, bro.
0%, dude. That's how much percent chance I have of buying that.
Really?
Yes.
I buy it for you. That's it. So I guess there's 1%
I like
chance.
I like that one. I like the Jack honey gold or some shit.
Honey, Tennessee. Tennessee honey. Tennessee
I like-
honey.
I like that one too.
But you want your bourbon and whiskey to taste like bourbon and whiskey.
I almost bought Jack Green Apple.
See, I wouldn't want that one.
No.
The
Jim
peach-
Beam makes an apple one, I think.
Jim Beam peach is pretty good too. Vanilla's the best one though.
But you like
Why?
that peanut butter shit too, probably.
No, I'm not into that.
The butterball.
I'm not into the chocolate or the
The
peanut butter.
screwball.
I no, I got over it. I don't like the screwball anymore. I don't like the cinnamon snaps.
Fireball.
I can't believe we could have been talking to Ben and you 0%ed him. Makes me sad. Would you like to formally apologize?
I apologized while he was still here.
He did. No. Well, yeah, he did.
I did.
All right, I'll see if he's still cool with it, and maybe he'll come back on one day.
If he doesn't want me on, that'll be fine.
We'll see what he says, dude.
I even asked you before the show.
Oh,
Hey, you want me on? And you go, yeah. I need you to balance it out or something.
I didn't say I need you to be a dick about it.
I was not a dick.
Okay, on to some lighter news. Did you guys hear about anything about Buck and Aikman this week?
I might have caught something of it, but I did not hear the whole story, or I don't know what the story is. But I know something happened with Aikman.
Okay, the story's kind of near and dear to my heart because it's kind of something that we do here. So, is it John Buck? Because Jack Buck was his dad, right?
Joe
Buck. Thank you. John Buck was his father, I believe.
Dude, I am. Every week I'm freaking just. Tank is just fucking on point, man.
Yes. It's a good job.
That's my only reason to live, bro.
Jack Buck is his father. Joe Buck is the current dude that does broadcast with Troy Aikman.
And his son is Young Buck. Friend of the show.
Yeah, friend of the show. So apparently Joe Buck liked to have a little beer during the broadcast. It would relax him and kind of remind him that, hey, this is not that important. Where I'm just talking about sports. Not that it would get him inebriated, but that it would kind of get him in the mood of like a guy watching sports, like a
It'll
regular.
loosen him up. It'll loosen him up.
Loosen him up. I'm watching sports.
Tequila, Randy.
Well, that's what they transitioned to. Troy Aikman was like, dude, you can't be.
Wait a second. Wait. First they started with beer, and then they moved up.
Yes, Troy Aikman kind of convinced them, no, dude, forget the beer. Let's just have a little bit of tequila during the broadcast. And they transitioned to tequila, and they would sip on tequila during the broadcast. And that news has come out, and people are giving them shit about it.
Why?
Well, to me, it's like, whatever. Why? They're not drunk. One thing is, I'm probably drunk right now, but there's like two people watching right now. They're probably not getting ripped. They're probably
Of course.
they're sipping on it. I don't find any fucking problem with it.
I don't got a fucking problem with that shit either, man. People need to lighten up, dude.
Yeah, chill the fuck out, dude.
Fuck, they're professionals, man. Give them a fucking chance. It's not like they're doing that and then they're gonna go fly a fucking plane. They're fucking talking about a fucking game that they prepare all week for.
Exactly.
They study before they do a game, dude. They gotta study. They gotta know. They interview the players. They do meetings, and that's all they're doing. Dude, they got hundreds of thousands of people watching. Fuck yeah, have a little fucking tequila, fucking loosen up.
Hell yeah, dude, I'm with you there, man. Finally, we agree on something.
100%.
100%, dude. Cheers.
Bullshit, man. People just need to lighten up. My cup is up.
Yeah, I just found that funny.
So people are giving them shit? What kind of shit?
Like, what are you doing? How could you be drinking on the job? Blah, blah, blah. That kind of shit,
As far as I know, they're not fucking handling no heavy machinery either, right?
Well, I mean, like, I think that is something that's like as endless as time, announcers having a drink. It probably happens all the time. I mean, you remember Major League, right? Obviously, that's a movie. That guy was ripped, Bob Uecker.
Yeah.
That probably happens in 90% of the cases, probably.
You would think. What was his? He had a famous catchphrase.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Well, that hurt.
Why?
That hurt.
Why?
It sounded kind of like Howard Stern. Remember the Howard Stern movie? He goes, WNBC.
Just a bit outside.
WNBC.
Tank, you gotta watch that movie. You don't like baseball, obviously. It's a fun baseball movie.
Well,
Have you ever seen Private Parts?
I have. I don't remember it though.
Have you, Tank? Have you seen Private Parts?
No.
Oh, you need to watch that, man. That's the Howard Stern story.
But I've seen bench warmers.
Have you seen Major League?
Crickets with bench warmers.
Have you
With
seen Major
Rob
League?
Schneider, David Spade.
Have you seen Major League?
Oh, you're asking me? No, dude, no.
I'm asking you.
Dude, you gotta watch that also.
I haven't even seen Sandlot, bro.
Oh my God!
What?
I've seen Bad News Bears.
The original or the one with Billy Ray, Big Joe, Jim Bob?
Fuck no, yeah, Billy Dre, Big
You
Jim
haven't
Bob.
seen the original with Walter Matthau?
No,
And Tatum
dude.
O'Neal?
That movie's from the fucking 50s.
It's from 76. That movie's great.
Real quick. Top 5 sports movies. I can go first if you want.
Clash of the Titans.
That's not a sports
Back to the Titans. That's a freaking Perseus and and Andromeda and
Oh, my bad.
and release the Kraken.
Isn't
Remember-
Charlton Heston in the original Clash of the Titans?
No,
Remember the Titans.
it's Sir Lawrence Olivier
Okay.
and Harry Hamlin plays Perseus.
Remember the Titans.
I think I'm ripped, by the way.
Yeah, you're ripped. It's Remember
Yeah.
the Titans, not Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, Randy, what are you talking about?
Somebody said Clash of the Titans, dude.
Yeah, Tank said Clash of the Titans.
No, that was you, Hialeah. Don't blame
I know
it on
Clash
me.
of the Titans, and I know it's not a sports movie.
Who was in Clash of the Titans?
I just told you.
Sir Lawrence Olivier. All right, top 5 sports movies. I'm gonna go first, okay?
Okay.
What movie did we just say that he needed to watch?
Bad News Bears, the original.
No,
Major League.
Major League. That's one of them.
Sandlot.
That's another one. The one with
How many is that? How many you got so far? 3?
That's two.
Okay, so which are your 2? Sandlot?
And yes.
Okay.
The one with
Naked Gun.
no, that's not no. Bull Durham. Bull Durham?
You're big into the baseball films, aren't you?
Yes, Bull Durham.
42.
That's a good movie. I don't know if I put it in my top 5 of all time. I'll pass. Let's make it 3, dude. That's my 3.
Okay, I got 5. You ready for my 5?
Sure.
Sandlot.
You just stole mine, but yeah.
Okay, we could have the same one. You just say we couldn't freaking double up. Sandlot. The original Bad News Bears. I love that movie. Rudy. Love fucking Rudy.
Yes.
The Natural.
I love that one, yeah.
Love The Natural. And Field of Dreams.
Pretty good Field of Dreams. Pretty good. Pretty good.
I could probably think of other ones that might move up there, but those are 5 right off the top of my head.
All right.
You only got 3, so I got you beat. You got 3, I got 5.
All right. I mean, I don't know if you got me beat, but yeah.
What about you, Tank?
I don't know any.
Clash of the
Come
Titans.
on.
Clash of the Titans 2.
Remember the Titans.
Yes, remember the Titans, bro. Bench warmers.
It's hard to do sports movies, right? It's kind of tough.
I just gave you 5.
I know, but if I asked you for 15, it'd be hard, right?
No.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would. I put you on the spot. Give me 10 more
100%.
off the top of your head.
Major League. Remember the Titans. Hoosiers. The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh.
Never heard of it.
It's a basketball movie. It actually stars Dr. J. How many am I at?
Yo, how about fucking
Sure.
Above the Rim, dude? White Man Can't Jump.
White Man Can't Jump.
Space Jam. Space Jam
Space
2.
Jam. Space
What
Jam.
was the one with the 2 kids that was the documentary? Fucking great movie.
Hoop Dreams.
Hoop Dreams. Great fucking film.
Yeah.
Ali. Raging Bull.
Mm,
It's a sports movie. It's a fucking boxing sports.
it's definitely a sports movie. I don't know how great it is.
Ford versus McEnroe. That's a recent movie.
Supercross.
That movie's great.
Eh.
I watched it. It stars Shea LeBron.
Hey, yo, fucking Moneyball, dude. That's a good movie, dude. You guys ever seen Moneyball?
That's excellent, dude. That's with the Brad Pitt and the Ace.
And it's a true life story.
Excellent film. Excellent film.
That's a
Black
good one.
Swan.
Black Swan?
A ballet.
Yeah, that's a sport.
That's not sport. That's
That's woman stuff, dude.
it's an art.
Yo, $1 Million Baby, dude.
Oh, I didn't like that movie.
What?
I didn't
Never.
like-
What
I don't like-
about You Just Got Served?
No,
What
it's-
about
what about another Clint Eastwood movie, Trouble with the Curve?
I like Trouble with the Curve.
That's a good movie.
Oh my god, what's this movie? Oh, the one where it's Bobby Riggs against I forget the name of the movie, but it's Bobby Riggs versus Billie Jean King. That was a really good movie. That came out a couple of years ago.
Battle of the Sexes or something?
Battle of the Sexes. That's it. That was really good.
Never seen it. Now, what that is a dude facing off against a woman in tennis, right?
It was Bobby Riggs, and he was like a big male chauvinist in the 70s, and he said no woman could beat him. And he was a tennis player, and he actually played a couple women and kicked their ass. And then Billie Jean, dude, it's freaking the movie's really good.
But he wasn't that good of a tennis player.
He wasn't that good. He had been a professional, but he was already like in his 60s when he played her. You know, he was just a male chauvinist. It was all for money, dude. It was just fucking a promoter.
But can we be honest for a second? Men are better than women at sports, right?
We're just bigger, faster, stronger. It's just
Genetics.
Yeah, it's just genetics. I'm not saying all women can't beat men on a certain day, but yeah, for the most part.
What is the sport that a woman would get the closest to a man at?
Track.
Would you consider pool a sport? Or is that a game?
What, like billiards?
Billiards. That's the same shit. It's fucking pool.
I consider that like a skill.
You remember the Black Widow in pool?
Marvel? No.
They used to
Scarlett
call
Johansson?
I like her, dude. 100% chance of hitting that.
No, I don't know about 100% chance. 0% chance of hitting that.
No, but if I was given the chance,
Oh, okay.
that's what I meant to say.
Okay, but you're talking.
I probably have a 0%. Maybe
Professional athletes, professional woman going against a professional man. I think tennis. I can see Serena and some of these women, you know, maybe standing a chance to beat some of the men. I can see that happening.
that or golf, maybe.
Golf is another good one.
That's about it.
Golf is a good one.
It would have to be tennis, dude.
But
Maybe.
on any given Sunday, anybody could lose.
Ain't no way WNBA players doing anything in the NBA.
Have you ever played a woman that knows how to play basketball?
No, but I'm sure like a WNBA player will fucking ball me and give me nuts, dude.
I played once against a college player, and dude, she was phenomenal.
Would she ball LeBron, though?
No, of course not.
All right. That's the question, bro. Don't bring nothing else in.
Okay,
One thing is not a WNBA player bodying you, and another thing is them doing something in the NBA.
yeah.
I'm still sad Ben's not here, dude. There's only one person to blame for that.
Highly zeroed him.
Here's another comment for you, dude.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
I'm ripped. Yeah, I guess golf and tennis is pretty much it, dude. Maybe bowling.
No, maybe badminton.
Badminton, I was just about to say that.
Is that even a
How
professional?
convenient! How convenient you're going to say badminton. Out of all of it,
How convenient. Take a drink.
how convenient.
Take a drink, you fuck. All right.
No motorcycle guy today.
Yeah, I'm missing the motorcycle guy. Why?
I got the window closed. It's been kind of quiet.
It's
I don't
like
see too many cars out there.
a cold front is supposed to be coming in. I thought you would have had the window open.
No, I got the air conditioner on, so maybe tomorrow night I'll have it open.
I am disappointed Ben's not here.
Oh my goodness.
What is that? Your stress ball?
Yeah, it's my little stress ball. I get it when people start ganging up on me.
Is that when you're gonna give us 0%? You start squeezing that?
Yeah, I start squeezing it. Here it comes, guys. Here it comes.
You know what I like about Ben, dude? Can I be honest here for a second?
That he's not me.
Well, obviously, but he just kind of seems like a wholesome kind of. It's against FCC rules to drink. We've broken those rules. He seems like a real wholesome kind of dude, you know, like
Yes.
a kind of dude that has some values to him, you know. And that's one thing that I didn't get too much into him about, because honestly I don't know a lot about the Mormon religion, so I don't know. I wanted to ask him about that. We're not on radio or TV. This is
So he's talking about he's talking about Aikman and Jimmy Crack Corn Buck.
Joe Buck.
John, why don't you fucking get on the show, dude, if you're fucking here with us? Come on for the last...
John's got facts.
I'm trying to email him, but I can't. Let me see if I can email him. My screen is freezing out. Do you guys hear me?
Hey, did Elisa Milton really say go play make believe with Raul?
Yes.
Love it.
I'm glad they did, dude.
Love it.
John, we're about to get off the air soon. Get on the broadcast, dude. Come hang out with us for a few minutes. Yes, and I'm grateful, dude. I as much as I give you a hard time, you know, I'm glad you're here. Tank, I'm glad you're here too. You're an original young buck, old goat.
Would it be young bucks without him, right?
I mean, fuck, I need to have him here just for that. Otherwise, it would be just old goats.
So it'll just be OG.
Exactly. Dude, you know what I ate today during the show?
It wouldn't be Wybog.
There's no more.
Jerky?
Oh my god, what a versatile food, dude.
That's the food of the gods.
It's kind of the foods of the cowboys, dude, like that and whiskey. I think I want to be a cowboy. Like in my... It's like I want to be a cowboy, so like I want to drink whiskey and...
Yeah, but they would, with their whiskey, they would flavor it with like...
Vanilla.
Not vanilla.
With vanilla.
Look, if we were in a fucking old school tavern and you walk up to the bar and you'd be like, you got any
Vanilla bourbon?
whiskey? They'd be like,
There was a name for it. They had name. What the fuck was it? There was a name for it. Oh, fuck! I can't remember. There was a drink back then, and it was sweet, and I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Look it up, Tank. I'm surprised you're not on top of that.
Tank, do you have to work tomorrow?
Yes.
At what time?
I don't.
Oh, good. What are you doing tomorrow, Tank? You're off tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just gonna clean around the house.
You're gonna clean?
Eat vanilla old fashioned or no?
No, it's they had like a name, and I can't. I think it was in the West. Let me see if I can find it.
Dude, in the West, they would drink straight up fire on a glass without ice. Ice was a fucking that was a luxury, dude. I don't think they had that shit, man. I think they would just drink that shit neat, dude.
A sarsaparilla.
They would have shot you in the bar, dude.
Give me a sarsaparilla.
If you would have walked into Tombstone when like Doc Holliday was like playing against Ike Clanton, and you were like,
I'll take a sarsaparilla.
Everybody, like the music would have stopped playing. Yeah, and then would have been like,
Fuck is this guy?
this is an honest question. How long do you think it would have lasted in the Wild West?
Dude, I would have fucking died really fast. I would have been done really fast, dude. I also think if there's a zombie apocalypse, I'm one of the first ones to go, bro.
Really? Why?
I don't know. It's just a gut feeling. I'd be the first to go.
But why?
I don't know. I'll probably try to save somebody that I shouldn't try to save, and I'll fucking get bit or some shit.
Tank, how long do you think you last?
I don't know. I like to think that I would make it to the end.
I don't know. I just think
To the end is a lot, dude. That's saying a lot. Dude.
I'm a fucking hero, bro.
I've been in some situations where it's like you think it's like you stand back, and then other situations like, why did I get involved? Why did I do that? You know, and I kind of just think that might happen.
I would like to think that I could last a little fucking while, but Jesus Christ, it's a zombie apocalypse, dude. It's not that easy to fucking no matter how tough you are, dude. It's like,
Bro, can you imagine that shit really fucking happens?
not even the zombies. I think you have to worry more about the non-zombies. Hey, Bum, accept the invitation I sent you. Come on the show, dude.
Maybe that's not the problem.
He's behind. He's behind.
Maybe
Text
he's
him.
not
Dude.
so good at trolling. He just changed his name to JML88.
The natural north.
How do you think? Yeah,
He's behind. Those are sports movie.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago. That was like an hour ago. Get with the program. Hey, the Wild West? I don't know, man. I think you know what? The thing about the Wild West, I think I would have stayed in the East.
The mild east.
My dog was gonna survive the Wild West by not going to the Wild West.
There you go. There you go.
But I mean, dude, no matter what in the Wild West, like you're gonna have a short lifespan.
Yeah, those guys couldn't. 40, if you were lucky.
Yeah, like either a crazy cowboy was gonna kill you, you were gonna die of dysentery or dysentery.
Can you imagine getting killed by Indians? That shit had to be frightening. Getting attacked by Indians back in the day, bro. Think about it. You're in the middle of nothing. Nothing, bro. There's nobody. There's no fucking cavalry coming to get you. And then there's these guys.
Well, wait a second. What the fuck are you doing in the middle there with nobody?
No, I'm just saying you're in a wagon train. The wagon trains wasn't a fucking 1,000 people. It was 100 something at best. At best. Can you imagine just being alone? Okay, I'll put you in this scenario. You remember Dances with Wolves?
I never seen that movie.
Oh my God, really?
You know who was alive and part of that? He was part of them. This guy.
Who? Oh, the bum?
The Bum! What's up, man?
What's up?
How's it going?
Great. What's happening, guys?
Do you remember Dances with Wolves? Do you ever see that movie?
Hey, what about Rocky?
Oh, great. Great sports movie. You're right. That is a great sports
This
movie.
guy's like Windows fucking 96.
Why?
All right,
Is he
okay.
behind?
Hey, but let me go back to my not Dances with Wolves, but just imagine being out there. It's pitch fucking black. Pitch fucking black. You can't see your hand, and then
Hey, I'm gonna go dance with the toilet. I'll be right
there's
back.
guys coming to kill you, and they know the terrain, and they know what the fuck's going on, and they're coming to fucking kill you. That
And then
shit-
they pull you with the horses.
or they get a knife and they start. Dude, people think scalping is they cut you like from here and they while you're alive, dude. That's freaking terrifying, dude.
Did I miss something? Weren't you guys on sports movies?
We haven't
No,
been on
you're behind.
You're like a half an hour behind. You're lagging.
Oh man, I must have been watching the show on tape delay.
You're on tape delay. We're talking about How long will you survive, like in a zombie apocalypse? I'm talking. First, it started off with how will you survive? How long will you survive in the Wild West?
Man,
And basically, my answer is I would stay out east.
that's a good answer. Hey, I just realized, Goat, that I was enjoying your show 2 hours ago and commenting on things that were in the past.
Yeah, that's okay, man. That happens, So, how far along into it did you get?
The sports movies.
I was in the sports movies.
Okay.
Rocky's an excellent one. Rocky 2 is an excellent one.
So, did you watch most of Ben?
No, I saw all of Ben.
Okay. What'd you think about Ben?
I told you, I thought he was your best guest ever.
Yeah, probably, dude. I other than Hialeah giving the old 0%, I thought.
Then Hialeah gave him the 0%, and he made off like a ghost.
Yes, it's just odd the timing of that. Like, hey, I gotta go. That just happened during that time. It's odd. It could be a coincidence.
Let's break down the question a little bit better. Hey, do you believe in what I spend most of my time doing? Fuck no. Hey, I think my daughter's sick.
I have dedicated my life to this and all my beliefs. What do you think about this? Yeah, no. Not a chance.
It's a no from me, dog.
That's a big no. That's basically, in a nutshell, what we got there. And
pretty much.
I, as the host, I blame myself.
The question is,
I will do all I can to repair that relationship.
The question is, do you feel bad because you brought him on the show, or because you had Hialeah on the show?
No, he gave me an easy out. Like, hey, you want to interview him by yourself? And I probably should have said yes, I do. But no, look, hey, Ben's a good sport. I'm sure he's heard it all before. Being in that field. So
there's people that will like bully you and like beat you up and pull your shorts up.
Yeah,
for that belief.
It's all in good fun. I'm sure he understands that too. And and I'm giving we're giving Hialeah a hard time. We're messing around with Ben. I'm sure, there's no hard feelings.
Yeah.
I hope you'll be on another day.
0%.
Yes. Yeah. Really interesting. Interesting. He was able to go on the Queen Mary, man. That's pretty cool.
That was cool. I didn't even know about that, dude.
I would never go on the Queen Mary because I've heard the stories, but that's cool that he was able to do that.
I had not heard about that. I heard about that other one that we talked about. What was the name of it, Tank?
Skinwalker Ranch?
No, the hotel.
Cecil.
The Cecil Hotel in Los Angeles. That one I had heard about.
You see, I didn't know about the Skinwalkers thing. I had to look that up once you guys were talking about it because I knew nothing about that. That was interesting.
The Skinwalker Ranch is interesting in the fact that the government took over that place at one time, or maybe has that.
Yes,
place. That part is fucking interesting to me.
Yeah, so that was cool. I picked up on that. Never knew about that, so pretty good. Oh, I also got to the point where you did go into your Tom Brady. I thought that Hialeah was gonna like decode that more as a sexual. He was kind of he woke up sexual thing with Brady or something.
He woke up from that dream humping his pillow, and he just does not want to stay in.
My wife said, "Why are you screaming first down? Why are you screaming first down?" I'm like, I don't know. So, honestly, I was disturbed by the whole situation. I don't want to. I realized there may be a semi-obsession going on there, and I gotta separate myself from it.
Did you lose time? Did you lose time in the process of that?
Experience loss of time.
Did you experience lots of time? Exactly. Thank you, Tank.
I've experienced loss of respect for you. That's what I've experienced.
Did you find any kind of probes in you? Any kind of foreign objects?
No.
At all? No. By the way, on that Barney, what is it? Barney and Betty?
Now, isn't it funny they're named after the Flintstones?
I
the
was just going to
Flintstones came
say,
later.
every time that I repeat that, I think, am I just screwing that up and talking about the Flintstones? But no.
Barney and Betty Hill.
Yes. You know what's interesting about that too? Like, she drew out like a star map.
Yes.
That, like, they modeled it like years later, and they actually found that like deep in space, and
Yes.
were able to.
In the name of the place is I can't remember the fucking name. You know who referenced that same part of the map was this Bob Lazar guy.
Yeah.
How convenient.
How convenient. Yes.
The Zeta Reticuli.
There you go. And that's why you have the job that you have. The Zeta Reticuli system.
Yes.
She drew out that map. Some people say the map was nonsense.
I haven't read too many of those people.
But now that I know that Ben is into UFOs, like I'm definitely gonna. And you may not be able to be here, Hailey. I don't know.
I understand.
Okay. I want to have him on for that because that's one of my favorite subjects.
Also, I do think that you had some go a little bit of a part in him leaving the show. When you asked him about 9/11, that seemed to have been a very significant emotional moment to him. For you to suggest that it was fake,
He didn't really even want to comment on that.
yeah, that was.
I caught that.
Seemed like the show started to go downhill from
But
there.
I agreed with him. I don't think there's too much conspiracy in that.
Hey, I mean, those are the major ones, right?
Yeah, you didn't ask him about the moon landing, though.
God damn it. That's why I need you here, dude.
Yeah. I think Tank was going to ask him and you interrupted him or something.
I was.
Well, why didn't you?
Because you're a bully. That's why.
You're the Tom Brady of podcasting.
Of this podcast.
Don't ever let that hold you back, dude. Everybody knows that here.
We get the look, and me and Tank just automatically. Zoop.
I can never bully you out of that 0%, though. That, there's no fucking chance.
What I'm known for. It's my shtick, and I'm sticking to it.
It's it's a character you play.
Hi, Leo, what did you give the percentage on 9/11?
Like 5% or something like that.
Yeah, I'd say something like that.
I
too.
think it started off to go off the rails there, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
When you went into that, I was like, this is not going to go well.
Well, he even got nervous. He took a drink and he went, all right, I think he thought there was going to be like math questions or something.
I mean, he seems like a religious guy too, so maybe, we infringe.
Back to math questions. Did you see the bit of the bear brick that we were talking about percentages?
Yes, 100% versus.
If it's 400% bigger than the 100%, it's 300% bigger, correct?
It doesn't say that it's 400%.
That
bigger.
sounds like perfectly correct arithmetic. I just don't know if that's how it works.
Okay.
But it's a 400% bear brick, not a 400% bigger bear brick.
No, but if it's 100%, this size is 100, and this size is 400. The difference is 300%.
No, it just means he's 4 times bigger.
He's not 4 times bigger. He's 3 times bigger.
You work for Medicom?
He's already won. You're putting him at a 0.
I mean, we'd have to do math, dude, that I don't want to do right now. I don't. I want to get some ice for some more of this liquid gold.
I think maybe you should stop.
No, dude.
What's the safe word? What was our safe word for you?
I will not stop.
We had a safe word.
Remember the last time you puked?
Yeah, we got a safe word after that last time.
I don't give a fuck what that word was.
I think
it's Tom Brady. Tom Brady.
no, I think stop fucking drinking.
That's it, dude. I don't want to talk about that guy anymore.
Until April.
What guy?
At least
What guy?
Satan.
Wow.
Well, we're here. The bum's here. He talked to me. He said, hey, next time you want to do a show about how much we hate Brady, let me know.
Absolutely.
We're here, dude. Let's do it right now, dude.
Let me tell you, let me clarify my position on Brady, right? So I hate him probably just as much as you do. The only difference that I do not do that I think you do is you try to say that he's no good. I just hate him. My thing is pure hate from a fan because he fucked my team.
He's your nemesis. He's your main.
Right. But I don't have the balls or the gall to say that he's terrible, that he's no good.
I don't think I've gone that far ever.
What?
Oh, yes, you have.
Yes,
You've made a career out of it.
This is my position on that guy in a nutshell. He has been in the right place at the right time.
Yes.
Way more often than anybody. And he's been able to get more out of that than anybody else, way more talented than him, has ever been able to do. And I am fucking drunk right now, so I don't know how that sounds, but
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And what I'll say is that is not all. There is a lot of luck, but it's not only luck, and there is some skill behind that.
You can't attribute. You gotta stop at one point and say, you know what, man? Maybe he just is that fucking good, and it's not all fucking luck. It can't all be luck.
I'll tell you what.
Okay, hold on. Time out. I'll start with you, Tank. Who are the best 5 quarterbacks of all time? And rank them, if you will, from whatever way you want.
It's not fair because I don't know. Like I know Montana has a lot of rings, but I don't know.
4. Yes, 4.
I would say
Like your Brady Super Bowls?
Brady, Breeze, Rodgers, Roethlisberger, Marino. For me.
Did you go from worst to best or best?
No. I just fucking said it. No order.
Okay. Hialeah, who are the best 5 quarterbacks? If you can rank them.
I'm not ranking is kind of hard. You know what? I'll give you my number one. My number one is Montana. I'll put Brady. I'll put I really enjoyed Steve Young. I thought he was really good. Let me think. Man, best quarterbacks of all time. It's tough to. I got those 3. Manning. I gotta have Manning. Payne.
Now, I will say this. I saw a statistical ranking of the best quarterbacks of all time based on yards, touchdowns, playoff wins, yada, yada. Manning ranked number 1 in that scenario.
Okay. I got
MVPs. It calculated MVPs, season MVPs.
Manning, and my next one's hard. I'm not sure right now. I don't know if it's number 5.
All right.
That's 4.
Bum?
See, I start thinking in different levels, right? So when I think of winningest, I think Montana and Brady. When I think of like pure great passers, I think Manning, Marino.
I have Marino up there.
You know, Breeze, Johnny Unitas.
Rodgers?
I didn't say Rodgers.
I'm asking.
I mean, Rodgers is good.
He is good, but I don't know if he's in my top 5.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's just me.
Exactly.
I mean, I think top 5 quarterbacks. I automatically think Manning. I automatically think Montana. I automatically think Marino. We're not gonna give any love to Bradshaw, dude.
No.
No,
No,
no.
No.
no,
No.
no,
No.
no,
No.
no. All right.
And it's almost the same reason I would almost disqualify Joe Montana from that list, because those guys were on such great teams, but I think that Montana had something else. Yeah, like a bit of a nit factor to it.
I'm a big Dan Fouts fan.
Dan Fouts was like, for a long time, until Marino came, was like, he was that modern day quarterback in the old time.
Yes, he was the first one that got those first 3 that would get the consistent 4,000-yard seasons that was
Right.
rack them up.
And then Marino surpassed him when he got 5,000 yards and nearly 50 touchdowns.
Yeah, took it to a whole new level.
But, the thing with Brady, too, now what he's done, he's really shoved the envelope in the other direction, right?
Yeah,
He's won more championships than anybody. Now he's won it with another team, which not too many quarterbacks have done that.
And the thing about Brady, you think also, you look at his stats, he's got a ton of 4,000-yard seasons in there, man. 5,000. He's got a 50-touchdown season.
And I don't think he's ever had a team as good as Joe Montana, Terry Bradshaw, or Peyton Manning.
Definitely.
he had a pretty good fucking team this year, dude.
Okay.
Not this
On his 7th Super Bowl.
The best team he ever had was the team that he didn't win the Super Bowl, when he had Moss and Wecker.
Yes.
That was the best.
He's never been on a sorry team.
He's been, dude, the team that he won that 20
worst team he's been on.
Okay, that team that won the lowest scoring Super Bowl, dude, I don't think that team was great.
They were horrible. They didn't have it.
The first Super Bowl he won?
No, the one.
No, the 27th, not the
13-3, the 13-3, 2018.
Yeah, 2018.
The one that they beat the Rams for the second time?
Yeah, that team, dude, that was Julian Edelman and what?
Gronk
on offense.
and Gronk.
I'd have to look at the roster.
And Gronk and a few.
I mean, the defense played well that year, but it was, man. I mean, if you consider Terry Bradshaw's Pittsburgh Steelers teams, how many Hall of Famers are on that? 20 or something crazy?
Just on offense, he's got 2 receivers, his running back, his center, and I believe one of the tackles is in the Hall of Fame as well.
Okay, and on the defense, almost the entire line.
Maybe 6 more.
The safety.
Mel Blunt, Lambert,
Right.
Ham.
Yes. Elsie Greenwood or Mean Joe Green?
Mean Joe Green's in the Hall. Elsie's not. Mel Blunt is. The other corner is not, but he was excellent. Donnie Shell. And then I wasn't Tony Dungy one of the safeties?
I think so.
But he wasn't a superstar.
Or no, was he a linebacker?
I think he was a corner or a safety. But he wasn't. He wasn't even one of the major guys.
Right. Montana, John Taylor, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig. I think he also played with Freddie Solomon. I mean,
you know what team? The first time they won the Super Bowl against Cincinnati, their first Super Bowl, they weren't stacked. They had Dwight Clark, Reggie Solomon. The running back was, oh my God, what's the guy's name? Wendell Tyler, I believe that was the running back.
Wendell Tyler?
Yeah, I believe so. I know he was on the Rams.
He was, but I think he may have played there.
He might have played there. And they had Hacksaw was
Fred Dean.
Fred Dean. Not Hacksaw Jim Duggan. It was Hacksaw
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Butch Reed.
Yeah, Butch Reed. Yeah, and Tony Atlas.
Hey, this is the 2018 Patriots right here. Tom Brady, Sony Michel, James Delvin, Julian Edelman, Josh Gordon.
Which didn't do anything. Gronk was injured a lot that season.
Hey, Josh Gordon had 700 yards, dude, that year.
That's really nothing, dude.
You're really trying to push a case here, man.
I don't know about garbage.
I wouldn't say garbage.
I wouldn't say garbage. You're right.
But come on, look at. All right, compare Peyton Manning's teams with the Colts compared to this.
Get out of town.
Compare
Edgerrin.
What we were just talking about, the 49ers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Heck, even the Dallas Cowboys of the 70s and the 90s had better teams than this guy.
Yeah.
Here's a question. How many Hall of Famers do you have to have on your team to be considered great?
Oh, I don't know.
Tell me.
I have no idea.
I don't know if there's a number for that.
There has to be.
I'll throw out 6.
If you have 6 Hall of Famers, you're a pretty fucking good team.
You gotta think that, right?
All right, so let's see how many Hall of Famers they have on this team. Is Tom Brady a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sonny Michel?
No.
Delvin?
No.
Edelman?
No.
No, because of the steroids. Otherwise, he would be.
I'm not even thinking about the steroids. I'm thinking about the numbers.
Okay, let's look at his numbers. I argue he's borderline.
That's not borderline.
You're right. He's not borderline. Gronk.
Yes.
Hall of Famer.
Are any of these linemen Hall of Famers?
No. Trent Brown was a All-Pro that year, but he's not a Hall of Famer.
Are any of these defensive linemen Hall of Famers?
No.
I mean, the McCourtys are pretty damn good. Maybe if they play longer, Donta Hightower's pretty good, but I wouldn't say they're Hall of Famers.
Yeah, I don't think McCourty has an outside shot.
Well,
Devin, not Jason.
Oh, and Stephon Gilmore probably.
He has a chance.
A lot of solid NFL careers on this defense, though.
Yeah, we didn't say it was a terrible team. We said that
one guy here did say that.
What we said was that he hasn't had great teams compared to some of the other guys.
That's not an all-time team there by any stretch of the word.
Well, there's probably at least there's 100% 2 Hall of Famers here.
There's 2.
And there's
a Hall of Fame coach.
Hall of Fame coach, and there's at least 6 solid, really good NFL career players here on this team.
Yeah.
It's not chicken scratch.
No, it's not. But it's not all-time team.
And you would
pretty good team.
Yeah, and you probably say
the Super Bowl. It is a good team.
And clearly we know that if you take the quarterback out of that equation, that team sucks ass.
Yes.
That was proved this year.
Go to you want to go look at Pittsburgh or one of those teams and let's count Hall of Famers.
I mean, he only had 29 touchdown passes that year. It's not like he was fucking lights out.
No.
How many yards did you see? Dude, look at his career stats, bro.
Yeah, and that's another thing. This guy,
he has 4,000 yards.
He's blown away. Like when you look at Joe Montana and Terry Bradshaw's numbers,
I'm gonna go get some ice.
That people like to compare him to, he blows them out with their stats. His stats are so much better.
The only people that really compare, it's Manning,
Breeze.
Favre, and Breeze, and Rodgers, I would think, right?
Right.
That's got to be in that ballpark as well. But just look at those numbers, dude. Everything that's in bold is when he's led the league.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not a fan, but I can't say he sucks, man.
Dude, he does not suck. Well, you know what? Not everything in bold is when he led the league, because that year he threw for 5,200. It's not in bold. I'm surprised. But look at all those. He's got way more 4,000-yard seasons than 3,000. It's crazy.
Yeah, and how many times has he had 50 touchdowns or close to it? Wasn't that a couple times at least?
No, he just has the 50, and this past year was his second best with 40.
Okay, I thought maybe he had one or two more.
No,
But that's still pretty damn good.
fucking great, man. Not too many people throw for even 40.
I mean, usually quarterbacks that throw 30, you say, oh, that's pretty good.
What was Greasy's best year at throwing touchdowns?
Oh my God. Dude, that guy
You want to get
that guy won a Super Bowl with 7 attempts. Are you kidding me?
what was his top ever in as far as touchdowns? I think I'm within one of I know what it is.
What do you think it is?
It's either 22 or 23. And he led the league one of those years.
And he's in the Hall of Fame.
And
I'd say, yeah, that's probably about right. 20 or so,
Yeah.
25 tops.
23, I think it was either 22 or 23.
Like I said, he won a Super Bowl with 7 attempts. That's like, how do you do that?
With an amazing defense and running game.
Hell yeah. With two 1,000-yard rushers in the backfield.
And a third one that wasn't too shabby as well.
Right. How many teams have had 2 1,000-yard rushers? Not a lot.
I think the Cleveland Browns had it
The
with
Cleveland's with Mack and Biner.
And
New England. Was it New England with the Pony Express and Steven? What was that guy's name? It was like one of the last white guys to have. Except from
The goal.
Chris.
they were the Pony Express when they were at SMU. It was Eric Dickerson and
No. It's one of the Pony Express. It was Craig James.
Craig James.
It was, but when he went to New England, I think it was Craig James and a Steven something for New England that may have rushed for 1,000 yards each.
Stevens.
Yes, maybe it was Stevens. I don't know.
There's a more modern version of that. Dual
What is it?
1,000-yard back. I don't know.
I think somebody recently got it, or more recent.
It's not common. That's for damn sure.
No, definitely.
I think
It
you
may have
probably
happened 2 or 3 times.
have you. I think it's more common to have 1,000-yard receivers than 1,000-yard running backs.
As a pair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the Detroit Lions even had 3 1,000-yard receivers.
The Chargers had that back in the day. The Colts have done that. A ton of teams have done that.
Yeah, that is
William Stewart is the last one to do it.
Was it?
Panthers.
I mean, fucking Larry Zonka and Mercury Morris did it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we started the conversation.
What was the team? What were the players?
I got him right here. So it's Sanka Morris, Harris Blair from the Steelers, Matt Biner
Prior.
from the Browns, Don Vick from the Falcons,
Wow.
Jacobs Wards from the Giants in 08, and in 09 Panthers, William Stewart.
Wow.
Also, Lamar Jackson and Mark Ingram, 2019 Ravens.
Yeah. That's probably the coolest one because one's a quarterback.
Well, you
So
had
it's Vic.
Yeah,
Vic and Dunn. I didn't realize that.
Did Vic run for 1,000 yards?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
I just didn't know it was the same year that Dunn ran. Dude, Dunn was like 5'8", 180 pounds. I never thought that guy rushed too many times for 1,000 yards.
But dude, class act, dude. Class
Yeah, big time. Yeah, big.
big dude in the community.
Yeah,
They were the first NFC team to do it.
Yeah, not Vic, Dunn bought a bunch of houses for like underprivileged people and shit like that.
Yeah, unwed mothers, single mothers.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
yeah. That 1,000-yard backfield, especially now when you have so many different backs and the running back by committee, it's kind of really hard to do that now.
Might not be done again, man.
The dual 1,000 back thing?
Yeah.
I think it'll be done, dude.
It'll be a tough one though. It's not gonna be. They're just not so. They're not relying on the run as much, man.
That's one. And
Well-
they've realized you can't give, except for Derrick Henry, 5 million carries to a guy.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's why it will be done, because there's not a reliance on one guy. There's a reliance on multiple guys. So that's why I think we may see it again, because there's going to be a division of the carries. They're not going to let one guy rush for 2,000. Derrick Henry's like the exception to the rule, really.
Did he get to 2,000 this year?
Yeah.
Pretty far. Yeah. Closer to it, right?
I'm sorry.
He got to it, right?
Yeah. He passed to 2,000.
So 0%, Hialeah, huh?
No, I'm not saying it can't be done again.
No, I'm talking about Ghost now.
What happened to Hall of Famers? We're talking sports.
He had like a flashback.
He pissed it out.
A 0% means there's absolutely no chance of anything happening.
Oh, that's just my opinion, dude. I'm not a freaking expert. A ghost might fucking. Maybe we're here on this show and all of a sudden a ghost stands up behind me. I'll fucking take a shit and you'll be like freaking out. And it's like, oh shit.
So you think there's a chance?
It hasn't happened yet, so no. I say right now it's at 0. Once it happens and I see it or experience it, then hey, don't get me wrong. You put me in a fucking this fucking house is haunted. You're gonna spend the night. I'm gonna fucking take a shit. Okay, doesn't mean
all of a sudden the percentages go up.
No, because I believe your imagination takes over, and I think the brain is a powerful thing.
I do believe that. It's very hard to distinguish what could be in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me tell you, I've had some pretty real dreams. That, what Ben described that happened to his wife, I think I've had dreams that way of like somebody holding me down or I'm running and I'm not going anywhere. And I swear that it was,
Hey, you ever had the fighting dream where you're not fighting, like you can't even punch, like you're like, You guys ever had those?
Yes.
Yeah. Or you can't get out of the way of something that you see coming that's gonna
Dude, the one that scares the shit out of me is when I'm looking and I look down the hall and there's people coming into my house. Have you guys ever had that one and they're like breaking into your house? That shit scares the shit out of me. Guess not. Crickets.
I never had that one.
No, I have one where I wake up and there's people around my bed that have, people that have broken into the house. But I'm like, because you're screwed if you wake up and there's people around your bed. I mean, you're most vulnerable. You're screwed at that point. You're done. You're done. Right? I get that one every once in a while.
I haven't had it in a long time. I always used to have this recurring dream that I am like bouncing and I go high up in the air and like I could like manipulate myself to go over there. It's like I'm flying, I guess. And I could like move and go somewhere and then I bounce down and then I bounce back up and then I could go somewhere else.
Is that, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of dreams of like pseudo flying.
Yeah.
Right?
And those are awesome. I've only had a few of those, and they're amazing.
I enjoy this dream. Actually, I'm not afraid of it. I'm like, cool. I like feel in control in the dream. Like I can go over here and go over there.
I remember I had a dream when I was a kid, and I was hovering over everybody, and I was looking at them in school and all my friends, and I was just like hovering like the Great Kazoo. I was like, hey, what's up?
Hey, and they were like 0%, 0%.
Oh my God, I have two Chads. I have two 90s in my life.
Where is 90?
I don't know. I guess he's sleeping. Hey, when you were saying that you've had all those experiences, like, hey, there's something on the corner of my eye, or you hear a voice, or I remember one time there was no air. I was inside the store all by myself, and I felt like a wind all of a sudden. I think that's happened to everybody, because I've had all of that. Doesn't mean it was a ghost.
And this is another thing I wanted to ask him before you said the 0% thing. I wanted to say to him, are certain people more
predisposed?
Thank you, Bomb. I wish I would have had you here the whole night, not this guy. Predisposed to, I'm just kidding. Hailey, I love you, bro. Predisposed to that certain type of thing. And not, look, when you're talking about this thing, there's a thin line between 0% and not 0%, right? You don't want to be insulting to somebody who, 100% believes in this. So, but I want to ask him that question. Are there certain people that are predisposed to this? And when I talk about certain people, I say, when I thought about my friend Leandro, who died, I started thinking more about this, right? I lived it, right? Like a good friend of mine that passed before his time. There's one thing for your grandfather who was 94 years old, who, yes, I love my grandfather. I wish he would have lived to whatever, 200 if I could. But there's another thing when somebody young dies, right? So when he died, I was more like, Jesus, fuck, this happened, it's young,
Well, I told you my story about that.
Yeah, well, you can share it now if you want.
It's very similar. It's, one of our very close friends of our group who passed away. And, the things that we as a group, that was really the first time that anybody that I knew, outside of like a grandfather, somebody elderly in the family dying. And, after he died, it was like we had this strange presence around us. But it was like a fear. It was a fear that we were going to see him. And it felt like, and I guess you could say, well, he was such a part of the friendship with the guys and all that it's like those phantom limbs, that people talk about when they lose their leg or their arm. They still feel their arm, but it's not there, right? Mm-hmm. It's just your mind. And maybe that's kind of what was happening to us, where he was such a part of us and we always hung out that we just felt him there all the time. And it was just weird because we were all like just very terrified of seeing him. And we would talk about it like, if we were showering or if we were about to go to sleep, we were like terrified of opening our eyes and he'd be there because we felt like he was still around.
Say the story about how this guy passed. Because
why would you be scared? Why was that? Why wouldn't it be like? I got to tell you, when my dad passed, and you have dreams with that person. When I would have dreams, the first few times I had dreams with him, I was just crying. I would wake up crying. And with time, I'm telling you, I haven't had more than 5 with him since he's passed. And it's been it's going on 11 years. The first 3 I could say, and I don't remember the dreams. I could just remember waking up and crying. The last couple, I'm like past that, and it's like I'm just happy to see him. Is that why were you guys all like apprehensive, thinking why would you be scared to see him?
I that's the hard part of understanding it. I guess. Well, at the end of the day, if it's a dead person, right? If you would see him, you'd have to process that at the end of the day, it's a person that died. So if you saw him, something's wrong, right? I mean, but that was the weird part about it, because it was more of a fear than, and it's kind of hard to explain, but it was more of a fear than, oh, we want to see him, or we were going to see him in a angel kind of way. It was more of, wow, like he's still kind of around, but it didn't feel right.
How long did that last?
It probably lasted maybe 6 months.
Can I make an uneducated guess here?
Yes.
Okay, whether you give me permission or not, I'll give it.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were asking.
It was not a rhetorical question, but I think if I were to guess, it would have something to do with your age at the time that happened. So
yeah, we were 20.
You were very young man at the time. I would venture to say, if now somebody, as close as that person was to you at the time would have the same, circumstances happen, maybe you look at it in a different light, right? Maybe you're like, okay, I've heard enough stories. I've dealt through, that already happened to me, and maybe
more life experiences.
Yes, and maybe you are reacting to that differently than you were in that, because let's be honest, dude, when you're 20 years old, you're 20 years old, right? You're
yeah, I mean, man, by age, chronologically, we were 20, but dude, we had the brains probably of a 16-year-old still. I mean,
I thought you were gonna say older, but
no way, man. I mean, super immature, it was the type that, the original group from kind of like those high school years through the formative early years. He was a big car guy. He basically died in a drag race. Mm-hmm. He was racing, and he lost control of the car, and the car, he got ejected, and the car landed on him. And one of our friends was there with him, and he was in the car with him, and he insisted, "Hey, I'm gonna race this guy. Get out of the car. I don't want any excuses that I lost, because just get out of the car." And he told my friend, get out of the car, like really aggressively, which was unusual for him, because many a times he raced with one of us in the car and it wasn't a big deal. But that time he told my friend, get out of the car. He insisted on it, and he did. And then, the way I found out about this is I was at my house, and I had a couple of my other friends. We were hanging out watching movies, and this guy shows up like, at the crack of dawn, just a bloody mess of tears, just super emotional. He barely could get out what happened. We knew something bad happened, but it was just like, kind of traumatic for us,
Yeah.
And then 3 of us, his parents were so crushed that they didn't want to do a wake, and they cremated him. But myself and 2 other friends of ours were able to see him with his dad, because his mother never saw him. She couldn't. She broke down, and she was never the same. They ended up moving out of Hialeah. I mean, we ended up seeing him in the mortuary. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe that's where the fear comes from, because that's how we saw him last. Mm-hmm. And, he wasn't like incredibly mangled or anything, but, he had a deep gash on his head, and he wasn't prepared. And, that's how we saw him. That's the last time we saw him
Mhm.
like that. And maybe that's where the fear comes in, that, you know, I don't know. It was really weird. I've never experienced anything like that. That's the closest thing to anything supernatural that I've ever experienced. And then there were like weird things that, you know, that happened. He died like on the 23rd of April. And then that number 23 started to show up like in all of our lives at different things, you know.
Numerology.
It was, what's that?
Numerology.
I don't know what you want to call it. Maybe it was our heads, but
It's your heads, man, and you're just looking for that number, and you see that number more.
you know,
I equate that sometimes to like when you're thinking about buying a Ford F-150, you just automatically see like a lot of Ford F-150s.
If you're looking for it, it's on your mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
right. And you know, I
I'm not
believe.
trying to down talk your experience.
No, not at all. And I'm the kind of person that looks at those things and I
Why? What? 0%? What?
I look at those
You're
things and
offending him. You're offending him.
I didn't say 0%.
I'm telling him not to leave.
I didn't say 0%.
actually I think
So
my wife
offensive, dude. So offensive.
I think actually my wife just called me and I need to go.
I have to go wash my cat's litter box. I'll see you later.
I need to wash my gutters. I'm sorry, I need to leave. No, but
I'm gonna ask him. I go, dude, can you be back on? And if it's a problem, I won't have that fucking guy with the silly Hialeah hat on anymore.
I always look at, you know, I always looked at myself. I would go, okay, well, it's possible I'm just calling this stuff. We're calling this, you know, this we're attracting this. This stuff is in our head, you know. I look at both sides of it, you know. It easily could be explained. I'm sure if I sat in a couch, a doctor would explain this all out, you know.
Is that too much of a bottle to have drank?
Oh, by yourself, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened to Tank?
As you must have mentioned 0% at some point, and you know we lost another one, dude. That's all I can say.
So, Randy, what percentage, in your opinion, is Tom Brady the greatest quarterback of all time?
0%.
Who's your greatest quarterback?
But how could that be? How could that be? There's got to be at least 1%.
What are your
0.
There's no zero.
0.
There's no zero.
The land of Randy.
There's more chance of aliens coming and hanging out with ghosts and hanging out with the Sasquatch and killing JFK and all those guys planning 9/11 attacks than Brady being the best quarterback of all time.
From a moon base.
From a moon base.
So who are your top 5?
Quarterbacks of all time?
That's where we're at. This is where we sit.
I mean, I definitely would put. Now, I want to be clear about this, okay? We are talking about the best players at a position. We are not talking about the players who happen to play the position of the team that happened to win the game at the end of a season. Because there is a fucking difference, right?
That's fine. Give us
I want to be clear about that.
Okay, you're clear.
Well, that's why I have Marino in my list.
I'll put Marino in mine too. I'll put Dan Fouts. They never won Super Bowls. Steve Young only won 1.
Thank you. You've mentioned 3 without me even mentioning 1. Okay? Montana, you didn't even mention him, right?
No, I mentioned him. He's my top all time.
No, in the 3 that you just mentioned, you mentioned Marino, you mentioned Fouts.
I mentioned Montana before when I went earlier.
Okay, but right now you mentioned Young, Marino, and Montana. I'm sorry, Young, Marino, and Fouts. I'll add Montana to that mix, and I'll add Manning. That's 5. Right? Is that 5?
Yeah.
That's 5.
Okay.
Now, has this guy happened to be on the team that has happened to win the Super Bowl multiple times? Yes, he has.
But Randy, he has the statistics to back that up also.
I also look at it this way. I also say if Marino would have been on those teams, would he have won?
But he wasn't.
But he wasn't. But
You don't
that's not the question.
And Randy, over time, this guy has continued to check every box that people used to hold against him as a litmus test for not being the greatest.
Mhm.
He's okay. Well, he's only one. He's a system quarterback with Bill Belichick. Check. He's won with another team. He's won with different receivers, with different running backs, with different different defenses. Check. Oh, but he really doesn't have the stats. He's only been lucky winning on those teams. He really isn't statistically good. What is he? Top 5, 6?
I thought you wanted to do an episode on how much we hated this guy.
Listen, I could have that episode, but I will not say that he's a bum and he sucks.
I am not saying he's a bum and sucks. I'm saying
Or that he's lucky.
I'm saying what he's been able to accomplish has far exceeded his personal abilities. For whatever fucking reason.
Even more fucking amazing.
Even more lucky. Whatever you want to call it, dude. The guy has again, I'll put those 5 quarterbacks before him. There's probably more that I'd rather have than him on my team.
I'll have him in my top 5. He's probably my number 2.
My hate for him is more as a disgruntled fan than because I think he sucks. So
I've never said he sucks.
I'm more of a hater in that respect than me trying to prove that somehow he's like no good. I don't go that route. I just hate him.
I'm not trying to say he's no good. That would be like saying 0%. I would never say that. That's ridiculous.
Well, you did say 0%.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
You did. Yeah.
What did I say? I said
0%.
I said there's 0% chance of being the best ever. The best ever.
Yes.
The best ever. I said 0%.
Okay. Well, there's got to be 1%.
Right. There's 0.
You could be wrong.
But I would never say he's a terrible quarterback. He wouldn't be around that long if he was. I would never say he's 0% of being.
Rewind this show.
Huh?
Rewind this episode, and you'll see when you said it.
Well, no, you asked, is he the best quarterback ever? And I said there's 0% of that. I'll say that right now again. He's not the best ever. He hasn't even been the best in his era. He hasn't even been the best on his team most of the time.
On his team.
On his team.
So there's been better quarterbacks on his team than him.
Players. There's been better players on his team.
Yes. Yeah, that could be.
Most of the time. There's been better players.
I don't know if towards the end.
Is he the best player on the Buccaneers?
No.
Has he been the best player in all those? Was he the best player on the first Patriots championship?
No.
Was probably a defensive guy, right, Hailey?
Put it McGinnis, Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, or one of the linebackers.
Yeah. Or, yeah. They didn't have a ton of stars in that team either, though.
No.
Has he been the best player in the other 4? How many has he won now? 7?
So where is he on like yardage and touchdowns? He's like top 6.
He's
right?
top. I think he's number 1 now because he flip flops with Breeze a lot.
Because that one of those arguments used to be that statistically he was nothing.
He's number 1 or number 2 with Breeze.
he's played 20 plus years. You know,
But so has Breeze.
Yeah.
he's been playing longer than Breeze, though, right?
He has
And
been,
you
Breeze has been around a long time.
just because you played 20 years doesn't mean you're good. You know, you're gonna have good statistics.
Just
Well,
one.
no, that means that your like career statistics will be. If I play for 20 years and you play for 15, I'm. That's like the old Emmett Smith argument. Like Emmett Smith is better than Barry Sanders. No, he just played longer than Barry Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Is Emmett Smith better than Walter Payton? No, he just played longer than Walter.
But there's players that play longer and don't rush for 1,000 yards and are role players and don't really do anything, and those guys still did.
Yeah, Brady played for 20 years. He missed one whole year to injury. His first year, I don't believe he played, except for a few snaps. And then the other ones are all statistically good. Even the years that he didn't throw for 4,000, he has like a 3 years that it was like 36, 37, which are good years.
And see, the other thing that I don't dispute about him, what's indisputable is that the guy's a freaking cheater, man. That's you can't argue that.
I don't know. Let's ask Mr. 0%.
That's not me being a hater. That's fact. I mean, the guy's a cheater. And
what do you say?
I don't agree.
You don't think he's a cheater?
No.
I mean, that's
indisputable.
They busted him.
I'm disputing it.
On what grounds?
I don't believe he's a cheater. I think his team was cheating and he benefited from it. It doesn't mean he was kind of cheating or even aware of it.
Okay, let me get this straight. He was not aware that the balls were deflated.
They didn't deflate those balls for Bill Belichick or
Bill Brady
or the kicker. Those balls were deflated for one person only, and it was for Brady.
Bro, but balls deflate on their own. I don't think it's that. I don't agree with it. I don't think so.
I'm not saying that the reason he's won 7 Super Bowls
I understand.
that it's because he cheated, but he's dirty, man. He's tainted in that respect. There's no doubt.
There's doubt, and he's tainted. I agree with that. I don't think it brings him down that much, if at all.
Listen, to me,
to his legacy,
I put him in the category of Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire, and while I appreciate those guys and I hate this guy, you could take from me here and give from me there, I still put them in the same category. They are tainted and they cheated.
That's fine.
And ESPN will never fucking bring it up again because that's a good story and young people love to associate with the winner. And if they associate with the winner, somehow they feel that they themselves are winners. Fine, dude.
But they do that with a lot of people.
Who else do they do that with?
Ray Lewis. You never fucking hear about his murder shit.
No, but I know about it, and I put them in the same category.
Exactly. I'm not disagreeing with that. They are.
I will say.
I don't bring them down for that.
But I will say that Ray Lewis on a football field was a fucking beast, and that shit's off the field. And what Brady did is not off the field; it's on the field, so that's different. Okay, so I could say a great baseball player killed somebody, but on the field he was still a great baseball player. That doesn't help him on the field.
OJ was a great football player.
OJ was a great football player.
He was,
but he killed his wife.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So those are different things. OJ never cheated on the field that we know of.
That we know of.
You know, I knew who Tom Brady was when he screwed over Bridget Moynihan.
And that is a far better looking woman to me That is a far better looking woman to me than Giselle Bunsen.
I'm in total agreement with you there. No disagreement. I agree with you 100%.
And he left her when she was pregnant.
When she was pregnant, dude.
Yes, dude.
Bridget Moynahan is smoking.
That's all you got to know about somebody, to me.
Yeah, that was low,
Yeah,
man.
that was low.
That doesn't
Yeah.
get talked about.
Oh, I know all of those things. To me, those are character problems. That tells me who he really is.
I mean, dude, the fact that he doesn't shake hands when he loses.
That's another thing. He runs out to every time you see him run out and really make an effort to like.
It's when he's winning.
It's when he's blown somebody out.
Of course, that's the most. He will go find you in your locker room.
Yes.
I'm not saying the guy's a saint. I haven't said that.
Really? Because it just certainly seems like it.
That's other stuff. That's stuff off the field.
Well, that's sportsmanship, but
But it's
that's on the field.
But it's off the field. It's not him on the field. That's extra stuff.
If you want to teach your son how to be a man, are you teaching him how Tom Brady plays?
Oh, plays?
Are you putting Tom Brady? Are you putting Tom Brady as a role model for your son?
On the field, but not.
Are you putting anywhere? Are you putting Tom Brady as a role model for your son?
As a football player.
As a role model.
As a football player on the field.
No. As
You
a
know what
role,
separated. So now it's not
as
separated.
a role model. Are you putting Tom Brady as a role model for your son?
As a football player.
I said as a role model, dude.
I'm telling you what I'm putting him as at.
No, but that's not. You're putting a different question. The question is, are you putting Tom Brady as a role model for your son?
As a football player. The way he plays on the field.
Okay, so you're saying to your son, hey, this is a role model, but only pay attention to what he does on the field. Do not pay attention to anything.
I'll tell him, hey, you shake hands. You don't do that.
Okay, so when the first
That's off the field.
huh?
That's after the game, not during play.
Okay, so you're saying this is a role model, but do not pay attention when the last whistle blows.
If you want to put it that way, Brandon,
I'm just trying to understand.
you could twist it any way you want.
I'm not twisting it. I'm asking you a question.
And I'm answering your question. But
No,
you
but you're answering my question with a
don't
little.
know my answer.
You're answering
You
my
know what?
question.
Okay,
Like this.
Ray Lewis is an awesome football player, but you know what? He's not so cool. I forget about that he's a murderer. But with Brady, you can't difference.
I'm not putting either one as a role model. That's my answer. If you're asking about those two guys,
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'd pick Breeze or Manning or, somebody else.
You know what? I would definitely put Manning ahead. Definitely.
I think there's infinite amount of guys that I would put before Brady.
I probably would too.
Infinite,
Infinite,
dude.
I think I would too.
I put some backup quarterbacks before I will put Brady. I swear to God, as a role model.
Believe me, we believe you.
I mean, I say this. I've had you. You've all seen how much of this bottle I've had. Because sportsmanship cannot be diminished. To me.
I mean, Randy, I agree with you.
So let me advance the discussion here, and also
I don't want to talk about this guy anymore.
And another reason I dislike him is because I think he gets away with that, and if anybody else did that, especially a black athlete, I think it would be treated differently.
I'm in totally agreement there too.
I'm glad you said that and not me, because we're a minority. All three of us, we're minorities.
You remember when Cam Newton after the Super Bowl he didn't just want to talk the shit he got? I'm in agreement with you there, man.
Here's the thing about him, dude. He does something and he's so fiery, and his competitive nature, and then like somebody else does that, and what a poor sport he is.
What a sportsman. Yep.
Yeah. Oh well, he's an insult to the game, and
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck, dude? Where's the difference, dude?
Mm-hmm.
He is one of the worst sports ever in the history of sportsmen, dude. You have to say that, dude. Without,
I'm not gonna tell you he's the greatest. Definitely, I'm in agreement with you here.
Well, he definitely has to be one of the top sportsmen that is the worst sportsman. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, I know what you mean.
Sportsmanship. Sportsmanship.
yes.
He is what I try to teach my son not to be. And I say that with all honesty. I say to my son, you win sometimes and you lose sometimes. And no matter which one, you fucking go and shake that guy's hand, dude.
Yeah.
You beat me or I beat you. I'm not going to fucking laugh at you, and I'm not going to fucking run away from you if you beat me. But I'm going to fucking shake your hand no matter what. It's going to hurt, but because my son is very competitive, you know, and he's plays little sports in school, and that I fucking make that point to him. I'm like, dude, you fucking go shake your hands.
Yeah, at the end of Nick's leads in football, after the game, you know, you line up and everybody, you know, passes by, and a lot of times that was very hard to do because, you know, you got your ass whipped or whatever, but you did it.
You have to do it. I mean, I remember when I was a kid and we'd have to shake hands, and that's the last fucking thing you want to do when you just got, especially if you just got your ass beat. And the fact that this is a 43-year-old man and he still can't do that, that's a fault, dude.
They do call it competitive fireness, and anybody else is a bum. Yeah, no, I got it.
He's so fiery. He doesn't want to shake hands. He's so, oh, look at the competitive nature. And then, you know, somebody else does it. Oh, can you believe? And the media just like, it's Tom Brady, dude. He's a GOAT, dude. LeBron has been accused of that too.
Mm-hmm.
At times, you know. I don't know, dude. I think it's a fault.
I'm with you on a lot of it, man.
0%.
What happened to Tank?
I think he went to sleep. Hylia must have insulted him.
I will say that Ben did have a lot of experiences.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, I had a lot more questions before the 0% shit came along, and that was my fault again.
You mean like let's see the picture of your chest that you took?
That would have been interesting to see the chest picture.
I guess that would have been kind of embarrassing though too.
Look, we just got to know him. Maybe later we'll get to know more about him. I don't know. I wanted to ask about the predisposed people situation because Ogre, who used to do the show with us, he lost his mother at a very young age. So he ended up having like a lot of experiences after that. Not to say that because that happens, you have a lot, or because you don't have those situations, you're maybe not thinking about that. But I certainly believe that there's a situation where you may be more open to those things or more closed. Kind of like the thing where I say, well, you're somewhere and you hear a noise and like you're like, oh, that was just house settling noises. Where if you're thinking another way, you know what I mean? Like your mind can go here or there, right?
Right.
You could either shut it down right away, or you could say, oh my God, there's something else going on here.
Right. For the person who always thinks there's a logical explanation for everything, that noise was the refrigerator compressor. And for somebody who believes in angels and voodoo, oh, that was a monster under my bed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So I wanted to talk to him about that in a non-0% kind of way.
Welcome to my world.
I think there's a T-shirt to be made there with the 0% or something. I just see it. There's an opportunity there for a really cool T-shirt.
Hi, Aaliyah. How convenient 0%.
How convenient
Yeah.
is definitely a way to put it. Guys, it is 3 a.m.
We broke the record.
We broke the record. This is 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I wanted to beat 90.
We beat it. I want to find some music so we can get out of here.
Half an hour.
Any?
Oh, I thought this was the backroom show.
No, we're still.
Oh, wow.
Speak freely, my friend.
Oh, man. Poor Ben if he saw this.
Listen, if it's up to me, that guy's gonna be back. You know, we'll see.
Oh, I thought it was great, man. I really did.
And I'm not.
You will not be on that show. When you said, "Hey, you want to do it by yourself?" I should have been like, "Yep."
I threw you the lifeline.
I'm gonna have to ask you some questions.
And maybe we could set something else separately where we do a continuous bashing of Brady feed that's like maybe a live stream that is always open and just people chime in from everywhere and say what a crap and how they hate him or something.
There apparently is not enough of that around, dude. Anytime I do a video bashing anybody, I don't attract followers. I attract people saying, "You're a hater. He's the best of all time."
You attract naysayers.
Yeah. I say Tua's a bust. They're like, "Oh, no way, dude. You're a hater. He's just a rookie." It's just, I don't know why that is.
Well, there you go. Stop hating.
Are we ending this?
I don't consider it hating. I consider it factual evidence.
All right, guys.
Yeah, it's time to end it, I think.